record. Before we get started, I want to talk about the schedule for Friday and Monday. So Friday, we are going to start at 9:30 in the morning, and the plan is to end at 4 o'clock. So we'll be ending a little bit early on Friday. Then on Monday, we have staff conference. So the plan is that we're going to start and we're going to resume at 11 o'clock on Monday. With staff conference, I think it's want to make sure that everyone is aware, and it's important that you not come into the hearing room until staff conference is over so that there's no disruption of staff conference. So we'll begin at 11 o'clock on Monday. And before we begin with continuing with cross-examination from Walmart, are there any preliminary matters that we need to address? Mr. Neal.
Yes, David Neal with SACE et al. If this is the appropriate time to move in the cross exhibit that was dangling from yesterday, I'm happy to do it now.
Okay. Please go ahead and do so.
Without objection, SACE et al. Would move for admission into the record. SACE et al. Cross IRP NTAP direct supplemental exhibit 1, both public and confidential version.
Okay. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed.
Thank you.
Mr. Jurek.
Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kemmerite. One minor procedural item following up on something I mentioned yesterday. As discussed, the member of the dispatchable generation fuel supply panel is under the weather. So in the interests of everyone's safety, we've decided to formally move that panel. This is the direct testimony panel of the dispatchable generation fuel supply. That panel will be, with the leave of the commission, moved to be presented as part of the rebuttal case. So that panel would present their direct testimony as part of the rebuttal case during that phase of the hearing, if that's acceptable to the commission.
And Mr. Drack, I note that you had advised the commission and the parties that you are going to be intending to make this request at a later time or today. And seeing no objection to your request, your motion is granted.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Any additional matters?
None from the companies.
Okay. So we will continue with cross-examination from Walmart.
Thank you, Commissioner Kemmerite. Can you all hear me on the microphone?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Doesn't sound like it's can I ask you all to please draw your attention to your Exhibit 3, page 42, tables 9 and 10. Then let me know once you're there.
Yep, I'm there.
So yesterday, I think in response to a couple of my questions, you indicated that your process is very data-driven. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And so with respect to the data that you used on demand response for your modeling in your resource adequacy study, am I correct that the only demand response inputs that you used were demand response programs the company had in effect no later than August of 2023 when you all completed your report?
Yes. So the study was done, early 2023, finished mid 2023. The data around demand response was what was expected in 2027 at that time of the study.
Are you aware, as you sit here today, that the commission earlier in 2024 issued an order revising the mechanisms to enable additional demand response to be proposed by the companies?
I'm not very familiar with that. What I would say around the reserve margin study and demand response, to the extent these numbers were to move significantly, it's likely not going to impact the reserve margin study because we allow demand response to serve part of that 22%. So if we added more demand response or less demand response, it would just mean other generation would adjust accordingly to still meet the 22% reserve margin, which is required to meet the 1-day and 10-year standard.
Are you familiar in the modeling with whether or not demand response is selectable as a resource?
I'm not. That would be for the modeling panel.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to mark an exhibit. It is Walmart Potential Cross-Examination Exhibit 22. It is the company's response to WARN Request 1-19. And I believe I would propose to mark it. Made a note so I can try to say it correctly. Walmart Cross Resource Adequacy Panel Direct Exhibit 1.
It will be so marked. It's potential exhibit 22. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
And I don't intend to ask any questions of the panel about it, as it's a discovery response from the company. I believe it can be admitted for purposes of the record without needing to cross the company on it.
Presiding Commissioner, I'm not sure it's appropriate to enter an exhibit in a panel that's not able to verify or confirm the exhibit.
Your
Would
Honor,
you like to respond?
I would. When it's a statement and a discovery response by the company, it is deemed authentic. And so it can be entered as an admission against a party opponent for purposes of evidentiary means. I don't need the panel to authenticate a discovery response that the company itself has issued in this proceeding.
So when you, Ms. Gredman, when you make your motion to have the potential exhibit admitted into the record, I will make a ruling on whether to admit into the record or not.
Thank you. Just 1 second. Those are all the questions that I have.
Okay, so that takes us to the end of cross-examination, redirect from Duke.
Yes, thank you, Presiding Commissioner. Mr. Wintermantle, Mr. Dodge asked you a question yesterday about the load that was used in the servo model. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Can you clarify what was included in the load data?
Yeah, thanks for asking that. It was, I think, a little, my exchange with Mr. Dodge might have been a little confusing, but what is in the servo model load for the resource adequacy study is the IRP load, which is representative of the retail load plus committed wholesale load, but it's not the entire BA load.
Thank you. And I believe you testified that Astrape also conducted the 2020 reserve margin study for the companies. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what was the recommendation of that study?
That was a 17% reserve margin.
And did the 2020 study also model and recommend a combined case scenario?
Yes. So the framework that was used in the 2020 study, where we looked at individual scenarios for each company and a combined scenario, that same framework was used in the 2023 study. And both studies looked at all the results holistically and we recommended the combined case in both of those. So essentially, there's nothing new surrounding the combined case. The modeling was similar in the 2020 and 2023 study. The difference being we have new data points, right? We have data. And so now the study has been updated with that latest data set.
And based on the results of the 2023 study, can the company maintain the 1 in 10 standard with a 17% reserve margin?
Absolutely not. And if we can, I would turn to Exhibit 3, page 8 and 9 of 60.
Your Honor, may I be heard? I am unclear what redirect.
Are you making an objection? And if so, can you make the objection?
I can't, Your Honor, I would object to this line of questioning. It's not clear to me precisely what questions from any of the parties this is attempting to redirect. I don't know that any party has specifically said that the company should maintain the 17% reserve margin. I almost objected when there were questions about the 2020 resource adequacy study, which I don't believe was addressed at all by any party's cross-exam. So I believe they've moved well beyond the scope redirect.
Okay. Ms. Finley, would you care to respond?
Yes, actually, in Ms. Grunman's line of questioning yesterday, she asked Mr. Wintermantle directly whether he would recommend that the company maintain the 17% until such time as some other updates to the report can be made.
I believe the record will reflect, Your Honor, that the question was whether the commission should delay a decision, not that they should definitively maintain the 17%.
I think that's the distinction without a difference.
Okay. So I'm going to overrule the objection, but I would advise the parties to try to to ensure that you are maintaining very closely to the questions that are asked on cross-examination. But for this objection, it will be overruled. But make sure that your testimony and response is tailored very specifically to the questions that were asked on cross-examination.
Do you need me to repeat?
Yeah,
the
if you don't
question?
mind, Ms. Hayes.
The 2023 study, did that show whether the or based on the 2023 study, can the company maintain the 1 in 10 standard with the 17% reserve margin?
Yeah, the answer is no. And our study just shows, if we go to the report, Exhibit 3, page 9 and 10, you can find the individual scenarios and the combined scenarios. In the individual scenarios on page 9 of 60, you can see two tables, DECs on top and table ES5. And for us to maintain the 1 day and 10-year standard in the individual scenario, DEC would need a 22%. If we go to table ES6, DEP would need a near 24%. And then if we turn back a page to page 8 in table ES4, we showed to meet that standard and maintain reliability, we need a 22% reserve margin.
Okay, thank you. And is weatherization the only factor driving the 5% increase in the reserve margin?
No, there's, when I think of performing an updated study in the next few years or whenever the company decides, all the factors are going to be taken into account. There's many factors that make up the reserve margin. The weatherization impact that we discussed with Ms. Grunman yesterday was only a small piece. When I think of all the other factors, there can be load response due to weather. So load response may change in the next study. Our older fleet's performance may change. It could actually worsen. We have lots of this whole proceedings about new loads, new economic load development. That could have impacts on the reserve margin study. Some of these loads are providing very high load factors. So that could actually move the opposite way and push this reserve margin higher. And then the other large one I would suggest is just neighbor assistance. When we look at the study, if we remove neighbor assistance, we would recommend a 25% reserve margin. So depending on how all those factors change in an updated study, it's unknown whether the reserve margin would stay the same or increase or even decrease. So.
Right, no further questions.
Thank you. So we'll now move to commission questions. Chair Mitchell.
Good morning. Couple of questions for y'all. All right, so just I'm gonna let you know what my understanding of the resource adequacy study is, and if my understanding is wrong, will you correct it for me? That's the question. Is listen to my explanation of how I understand this, and if I'm wrong, you let me know. So the purpose of the study is to examine or establish the reserve level that the operating companies need to maintain to ensure that the system meets that reliability standard, that 1 in 10-year LOLE metric, and therefore demonstrates physical reliability. Is my understanding correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So the metric that you all use to assess or measure reliability is LOLE. Is that correct?
That's correct. Loss of load expectation.
And in your study and other materials that are part of the carbon plan, there's discussion about the various reliability metrics that exist and are sort of utilized in various ways in the electric industry. Do you recall that information being in the carbon plan and in your study?
Yeah, so I wouldn't say they're in our study. Ours is very narrow in this resource adequacy framework, loss of load expectation. I think the other reliability components will be addressed by other witnesses.
That's fair. My question wasn't clear. It was there are other reliability metrics, but your study uses LOLE, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and those other reliability metrics are discussed elsewhere in the carbon plan, but your study nevertheless uses that LOLE.
That's
Okay.
correct.
So Appendix B to the study, and the study, when I say the study, I mean Appendix 3 to your testimony, the Resource Adequacy Study 2023 for DEC and DEP. Appendix B, well, tell me what Appendix B is.
Yeah. Okay. Yep. So page 60, the last page. This is just expressing where the resource adequacy risk is on a month by hour a day basis. So if I'm looking at this table, this is a weighted average sum of all the results essentially at the 1 day and 10-year target. So I think it needs to be said that at the 1 day and 10-year target, if we build the 22% reserve margin, that does not mean we're never going to have a reliability event. It's a risk factor. We're targeting to only have one every 10 years. To get to zero LOLE, reserve margins would be substantially higher than 22%. But what this table shows is where is that risk? And as we've kind of discussed in our report, the companies, and as you all are aware, the resource adequacy risk is in the winter months, and typically in that morning, concentrated in the morning peak. Obviously, if it's a severe event and there's significant generator outages, no market assistance, the event can last longer than just a couple hours in the morning. So in January, we actually show there could be a risk almost at any hour. February is tighter, and December looks similar to February.
So those percentage, thank you for that explanation. The percentages that appear on that appendix, on the table and included in Appendix B, what is that a percentage of?
Yeah. So it is the loss of load. And Cole may have to step in. I don't know if it was expected unserved energy or hours, but it's essentially taking the total amount of that at the 22% reserve margin and just spreading it out. So it is, Cole, do you know if it's LLH or?
It is expected unserved energy.
Okay. So it's the megawatt hours of load shed. So if we just took all the energy that we had to prevent, basically turn customers off for, it's taking that total amount and then just weighting it across this matrix so we can see where it occurs.
Okay. So let me make sure I understand what you've just said. So that 1.8 would be of all the megawatt hours that the companies have to generate, of all of the energy, let me say it that way, that the company has to generate in that specific hour. So hour 1 in month 1, 1.8 of those are 1.8% of that energy is at risk of being unserved.
No, not quite. So let's just say there's an expectation of unserved energy of a total 1,000 megawatt hours. So it's a very small slice of the total customer energy demand. And using, so the 1,000 megawatts that I mentioned, that's the expected loss of load across a year that we would expect. And then we're just dividing that small slice of expected unserved energy across these components. So this isn't representative of the total load on that. It's representative of only the amount of megawatt hours that we would expect to shed, which I believe is reported. Is it reported, Mr. Benson, the expected unserved energy? So, Chair Mitchell, yeah, if you go to table ES4, page 8 of the same exhibit.
Tell me that page number again.
Page 8 of 60.
Okay.
Looking at the top there.
Okay, I see it.
And so table ES4 is the combined case. If we just scroll down halfway to the 22% reserve margin level, you can see the last column is expected unserved energy. So that, taking all the simulations that we run for the study year, the weighted average expected unserved energy is 842 megawatt hours.
Okay.
And then so Appendix B is taking that number
Okay.
and now telling us how that's dispersed. I don't in my mind have the total customer demand between the combined companies, but the 842 is a a very small piece of the total load. So the expected unserved energy is quite small.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. I'm just trying to understand, even as we move, hit that 1 point or 0.1 standard, where we can expect some risk. And so this is helpful to my understanding. So thank you. As I'm going to ask you to speculate here, and I recognize I'm doing that, but as dynamics on the electric system change, for example, as coal units retire and those units are replaced by other types of generating units, where do you expect those hours and months where where percentage of that unserved energy, well, let me say it this way. Do you expect either the unserved energy total, those total megawatt hours, and the days and months or times and months when that unserved energy exists to change?
Yeah, that's a great question. So as we transition to more variable energy resources, so wind and solar resources, and more storage energy limited resources, there could be a trend. I think we're probably far away from it. Next few years where we won't see anything like this, but later, maybe beyond 2030, you may start to see you can meet the LOLE standard at 0.1, but there's potential that the expected unserved energy could you could start to see it increase. And I think that's kind of where you're going. I think from the matrix in Appendix B, I expect the hours to be similar, except for I expect they could, talking far out in the future, beyond 2030, that it could start to push into the nighttime. So we add more and more solar. We're kind of covered during the day. Your issue now is long loads all the way from the evening before in the winter through the night and the next morning. So you could see that maybe spread more across the night.
And are you talking about, you anticipate that during sort of the typical cold weather we have here, or during those extreme cold weather events that we've experienced here?
Yeah, still focus extreme cold weather.
Okay. Okay.
And I don't see that changing.
The discussion in the carbon plan regarding the EUE as a metric, as a reliability metric, leads me to conclude that the industry as a whole, the electric industry as a whole, hasn't embraced EUE as a metric, and there's no real EUE standard yet that's been embraced as a reliability target. But it appears that there's discussion ongoing within the industry about how we get there and how we evaluate EUE as system dynamics change. In your opinion, have I accurately captured where the electric industry is with respect to EUE?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think the LOLE standard has served the industry well, and still is. I think there is lots of discussion around, well, really resource adequacy in general has become a very interesting topic. And there are areas looking at different metrics and trying to understand how they may move together. I mean, even as part of our ELCC study back in 2022, in that appendix, we looked at, hey, how do ELCCs change if we base it on expected unserved energy versus 0.1? So I think you're dead on target. That's certainly being looked at.
Okay. So then should we anticipate in the next resource adequacy study, assuming Astrape performs it, we'll continue to have some focus on EUE?
I think we should always report it and understand it. Yes.
Okay. All right. Make sure my understanding is correct. So the 2020 study recommended a 17% reserve margin. Now the current study, the 2023 study, recommends a 22% reserve margin. Those are winter reserve margins. The sort of translating that to actual generating capacity megawatts, it's a difference of about 1,050, maybe 1,056 megawatts. Is that correct?
So yeah, I mean, 5%, and just assuming the combined system is closer to north of 30,000, you're probably probably a little north of the 1,000, like closer to 1,500.
Okay. Okay. I'm interested in your, the study's discussion of external assistance. I recognize that the study increases the reserve margin to account for less reliance on external assistance. Can you help me understand how you got to the I think it's 1.75 that you increase the reserve margin by to account for less reliance on
Yeah.
external assistance? Help me understand how you got to that 175.
Yeah. And so that's all simulation based. We didn't come up with 1.75%. So in the 2020 study, that study year was 2024. It had the build out of the neighbors. Certainly they didn't have as many renewables, less coal retirements, and that was the status of that. So you saw the Southeast utilities even and then starting to shift to winter, but not to the point that we are in this study. And so in that scenario, the market assistance was, in just rough numbers, so we're talking about 1.75% of a 33,000 megawatt system. So roughly we're seeing about a 500 megawatt delta in market assistance. The simulations though are, they're stochastic in nature. So when we're running through all the simulations back in the 2020 study and in the current study, we're running through all these different weather years. And so depending on those weather years, we look at, say, the 2022 event, there's very little market assistance. It's cold everywhere. That event affected everyone. So in that scenario, we're probably getting very little assistance. But there's some slightly more mild winters where we are getting assistance. So that's a very stochastic result that we're taking the average of in the 2020 study, taking the average of in the 2024 study, and the delta in market assistance is that 1.75% of, essentially total combined load. So 2% would be, call it 600 or 700 megawatts, or probably the delta is probably close to 500 megawatts of less market assistance resulting in the simulations because of the different build outs. They have a lot more winter risk now, even in PJM, than they did before in the surrounding regions.
Okay, so as I understand your testimony, the 1.75% really is not, it wasn't some number that you all came up with, sort of you exercising your expert judgment. It's what your modeling work demonstrated to you should be the reduction in external assistance. Is that correct?
That's correct. Very data-driven inputs into the model, and really an intuitive expectation that we would have less given the way the neighboring systems are modeled. But yeah, it's a result of the model, nothing we've made on our own expert.
Okay. Are you familiar with the work that PJM is doing to assess resource adequacy within the footprint that started in 2022, and they sort of, these updates to that work keep dribbling out? Most recent one was released in June of this summer.
Vaguely familiar. We don't do a ton of work in PJM.
Okay. I mean, they call the series of, I don't know, I guess they're white papers. I'm not sure what you would call them, but energy transition in PJM. And the reason I ask about your familiarity or knowledge of that work is because PJM is sort of forecasting risk that the RTO foresees as its generating mix undergoes transition. And it says we're okay. I mean, the way I understand PJM's reports is we're okay right now, but looking out about 10 years, we're facing potential supply shortfall. And so that kind of, in my mind, it's like around 2030, early 2030s is when PJM has been sort of ringing that bell of this is we're concerned about this period of time. And so the way I understand your sort of the work done in this proceeding related to reserve margin is that the 22% reserve margin would be in effect by 2030, 2031. Is that correct?
Better for the company because they understand the plans better. But
Okay.
I think that is my understanding too, is it's a few years down the road before they can attain it.
Okay. And so to the extent that dynamics shift in PJM and there are the transition that's going on there, assuming the let me say it this way, that sort of change in the generating resource mix there renders external assistance or even less likely during those extreme winter events. What do you think's going to happen with the how does that impact the work that y'all are doing? What will your work show? And again, I'm asking you to speculate.
Yeah, I'm definitely speculating, but yeah, the trend is as we transition in the Eastern Interconnect, the resource adequacy risk is shifting to the winter. That means likely the capacity shortages, everyone's going to be under similar conditions. So if it's a widespread Elliott type event, capacity's likely going to be short. I will say, I think, as you'll see, I think in our rebuttal, I don't know, we're not supposed to go there, but the regional reserve margin requirements, Southern Company, TVA, even the South Carolina utilities are also seeing this similar pattern. So hopefully everyone's seeing the trend. We're getting ahead of it. We're going to be able to build to these higher reserve margins. And yeah, meet customer reliability.
Okay. All right. Mr. Dodge, who is counsel for NCEMC, asked you several questions about the study, the resource adequacy study. And a minute ago, and let me back up. During your testimony just a minute ago, you referenced the 2024 study, but did you mean the 2023 study?
Yeah, let me clear that up. So the 2020 study, it was conducted in 2020, but the modeling was set up for the 2024 study year.
Okay.
And similar 2023 study set up for the 2027.
Okay. So when you said 2024, you actually meant the work y'all did back in 2020.
Yes.
Okay. I got it. Thank you for clearing that up. Okay. So Mr. Dodge asked you about footnote 8, which I think it's footnote 8, which discusses the load. Let me get there and make sure. Oh, it's actually footnote 12. The load data reflects native load requirements and firm planning obligations and not the total BA load. And your counsel asked you some questions on redirect about that. When you come back up on rebuttal, would you be prepared to discuss the specific load data utilized for purposes of the study? Okay. Thank you. All right. I just want to make sure this body has a clear understanding of the load that you all are assuming has to be served by the companies. And also the load, and it would be helpful to understand the load that is not included as well. Okay. You got another footnote in here that footnote number 7, due to the limited transmission capability from the Florida Peninsula to the Southern Company, Florida entities were excluded from the modeling. I have a practical question for you, and I recognize you all are running models and you rely on the company for practical information. So I appreciate that sort of distinction and responsibilities here, but by excluding transmission capability or by excluding sort of assistance or not including potential assistance from Florida, does that mean that that the Carolinas would never benefit from energy coming out of Florida or could not benefit from energy coming out of Florida? Or are we saying, let me make sure my question is clear. During an extreme winter event when electrons are limited, is it reasonable to expect that we're not going to get anything out of Florida?
Yeah, definitely asking me to speculate a little bit, but if we go to, I think it's helpful to maybe look at figure 1 on page 15. I mean, the study assumes that, yes, we're not going to get additional market assistance from Florida. Real time, and this is really a better question probably for the reliability resiliency panel operators, but my understanding would be in an Elliott type event, it's probably expected that everybody's seeing that type of an event, that type of weather. Certainly, it's probably feasible to wheel some power through Southern Company to Duke. But the point of this footnote is we know the transmission limit from Florida to Southern is fairly limited already. The potential for the Carolinas to count on capacity from Florida is relatively small. Is not planning purposes, probably not that prudent.
Okay.
So for those reasons, and really, if we look at figure 1, the study topology, we're going probably further than we do in a lot of our studies. I mean, because we wanted to include all of SEAMS. I think that was a recommendation by stakeholders. But we typically will go one tier away for the neighbor assistance. We were actually going a little bit further. So excluding Florida didn't give us any major heartburn.
Okay. Thank you. The, let's see, the study looks at 2027 conditions, right? The system as it will exist or is expected to exist in 2027. Is that correct?
That's correct at the time of the study.
And the explanation that I read in the study is the reason for 2027 is that's about 4 years away from when y'all conducted the study, and that's the amount of time it takes to plan for and construct and place into service a generating unit. Is that correct?
That's right. Yeah, that's
Okay.
correct.
Did I understand what's in the study correctly?
You did, yeah.
Okay.
So we'll look out 3 or 4 years. That's generally the time it takes to, and it's really more like 3 to 5 years, I think, in the industry now to get new capacity on.
Okay. Between now and 2027, what do you know about units that are scheduled to come out of service for the operating companies?
Well, any of those units that retire before 2027, that would be embedded in the study. So expectations around retirements. And so in our study, I think we list the resources in one of the tables that is included in the study. So those expectations are in the 2027 analysis.
Understood.
Okay.
But before 2027, okay, understood. Are you aware of whether Duke has any units that are planning to come out of service before 2027?
I mean, outside of what's embedded in our study, I don't
Okay,
have that
I'll
to
save that
memory.
question for the company.
Yeah.
It's fine. When the cadence of the resource adequacy studies is every 2 years, is that correct?
It can vary. I mean, what we like to tell our customers is if you're having significant resource mix changes or load changes, that warrants a study. So, I think we had several years, 3 years since the last study. So I think that needs to be ongoing discussions with the company on exactly when that needs to occur next.
Okay.
So as data changes is part of that.
Okay. To the extent there's a discrepancy, just a very minor discrepancy between numbers reported in the in Exhibit 3 to your report, Exhibit 3 to your testimony, and elsewhere in the carbon plan regarding certain reserve margins and the LOLE those reserve margins achieve, which numbers govern? Should we look to your study? And I'm talking about a very, very minor discrepancy.
Yeah, you may need to point me.
I
to
knew
the-
you were going to ask.
I'm sorry.
I had it, like, I have all this paper here and I had it
Right.
yesterday when I was ready to go. It's somewhere. So here's my concern. I recall seeing, and maybe someone who's just sitting there can help me find it quickly. I recall seeing that a 22% winter reserve margin doesn't even get you to 1. Or it doesn't get you to the standard. You're still slightly above that LOLE. And so that gave me some heartburn. So even at the 20, and so, but when you look at, and I think I'm even, let's see,
I think,
I'm not gonna try to dig around in numbers right
I-
here.
I think
So
I
that's
follow.
my recollection.
yeah. So if we look at the table ES4 in the exhibit, it's page 8 of 60. I think what you're suggesting is that 22%, the LOLE is 0.102.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so if we were to interpolate and calculate exactly, I think the number comes out to be 22.1%. And Mr. Benson can correct me if that's wrong. So we rounded down to 22 is the recommendation. So we're rounding.
Okay.
So it might be slightly higher than 22%, but we've just rounded to a recommendation of
So,
22%.
but 22% is your recommendation and you're comfortable that it meets that target that is the reliability target we're trying to hit.
I am, I think, yeah, as modelers, rounding to that small differences, yeah, we're comfortable with that.
Okay. The, Mr. Dodge asked you a question about the loads served by those fractions of the generating units. I think it's the Catawba 1 and 2 and the WS Lee plant that are not owned by one of the Dukes, that are owned by some other owner. And when you come back on rebuttal, can you be prepared? Can you be prepared to confirm that that load wasn't included? That the load served by those fractional interests in
Yes.
those generating units isn't included?
Yes, we can confirm. My understanding today, what's in the study is that the required load by the companies, both retail and wholesale, is in the model, and the resources that are dedicated to that load are in the model. So load not committed to by the companies and the resources tied to that are excluded, but let us come
Okay.
back to it on rebuttal.
Okay, because as you sit here and testify today, I'm wondering if the load served by those fractional interests actually is covered by the reserve margin. So I'm not clear. So please do, when you come back on rebuttal, just be prepared to clear that up. I would appreciate that. Okay. I think that's all I have. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay.
So that's the end of commission questions. So questions on commission questions. Duke, any questions on commission questions?
No.
Okay. So with that, we will, I'll receive motions before we excuse the panel.
At this time, Walmart would move to admit Walmart Cross Resource Adequacy Panel Exhibit 1.
And Duke, do you wish to renew your objection?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to sustain Duke's objection. The witness who responded to the data request is Duke witness Beatty, who testified yesterday in the IRP and near-term actions panel. And witness Beatty is not on this panel. However, Walmart may proffer and identify Walmart potential cross-examination exhibit 22 when Mr. Beatty, along with the IRP and near-term actions panel, comes up for testimony during rebuttal.
Thank you.
Okay. Any additional motions?
Yes, I move that the resource adequacy panel's 5 direct exhibits be accepted into the record at this time.
Okay. Hearing no objection, your motion is allowed. Okay. Any additional motions? Okay. So this panel will be coming back for rebuttal, so you will not be excused, but you may step down for the day. Thank you.
Thank you.
So Duke, when you're ready, you may call your next panel.
Duke Energy calls the Reliability and Operational Resilience Panel to the stand.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
Okay.
Good morning.
If you can place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. And do you swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do. I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Holman, when you're ready, I'll begin with you.
I'm ready.
All right. Would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, my name's John Samuel Holman III. I go by Sam. My business address is 525 South Church Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed by Duke Energy Corporation. When direct testimony was filed, I was the Vice President of Transmission System Planning and Operations for Duke Energy Corporation. Since then, my title has changed to Vice President, Special Projects, Grid Planning and Integration.
And can you please briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Duke Energy?
I provide in my new role strategic support for projects related to future operations and planning. These projects include the company's plans, balancing authority consolidation, distributed energy resources or DERs, integration and operations, storage projects, integrations and operations, as well as operational readiness for the implementation of the company's carbon plan, integrated resource plan.
Thank you, Mr. Holman. Mr. O'Connor, would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Patrick O'Connor, and my business address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy Carolinas as a lead quantitative analyst.
And can you please briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Duke Energy?
Yes, I'm responsible for developing, running, and maintaining models and analytical processes that support the economic and reliable operation of the DEC and DEP system. The last part? Yeah, supports the economic and reliable operations of the DEP and DEC systems.
And thank you, Mr. O'Connor. Turning back to you, Mr. Holloman, did the panel cause to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 30 pages?
Yes, that is correct.
And do you have any changes to the panel's direct testimony at this time?
No, we do not.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in the panel's pre-filed direct testimony, would the answers be the same?
They would, except for my title change.
And this panel's direct testimony did not include any confidential information, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And did this panel also pre-file a summary of its direct testimony for the commission?
Yes, we did.
Presiding Commissioner Kemmerite, I would ask that the reliability and operational resilience panel's direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, as well as the summary of their direct testimony.
Your motion is allowed, and the panel's direct testimony and summary of their testimony shall be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand.
Thank you. The panel is now available for questions from the parties in the commission.
So my notes show that SEBA is first up for cross-examination.
Good afternoon, members of the panel. My name is Grant Snyder, and I'm an attorney for the Clean Energy Buyers Association. Before we get started, can I confirm that you have SEBA's binder of potential cross exhibits? I set it to the right of you right there. In my cross-examination, I want to address the FERC, NERC, and Commission reliability standards that Duke is in the process of complying with or will comply with in the near-term future. So my understanding is that Duke must comply with a series of new winter preparedness requirements from FERC, NERC, and the Commission designed to minimize generator outages during extreme cold weather that were prompted by winter storms Uri and Elliott. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes, that is our understanding.
Okay. And it is my understanding that some of these requirements either were issued or had compliance dates post 2022. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I want to go through.
Holman, we're having a little bit of trouble hearing you. Can you speak more directly into the microphone?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
That answer was correct.
Okay, now I want to go through some of those newer requirements. Can you please turn to page 12 of your direct testimony at lines 5 through 12?
page 12, lines 5 through 12.
Correct.
I'm there.
Okay. So here you describe reliability standard EOP 012-1, extreme cold weather preparedness and operations, approved by FERC in February 2023. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And would you agree that pursuant to that reliability standard, the Duke must institute new freeze protection measures to ensure that generating units can operate during extreme cold weather temperatures?
That is part of our winterization processes that we have in place.
Okay, and what type of measures did compliance with that standard entail?
So I'm not a expert in plant winterization, but I'll give you the framework for how we manage that compliance responsibility. And this goes back before Uri and Winter Storm Elliott, because this is prudent utility operation. So what we do at Duke Energy and in the Carolinas is that we set up pre-winter and pre-summer preparation meetings. We consider them testing sessions. We bring in the business units that are involved in plant operations. We bring in the business units that are responsible for communications with both internal and external stakeholders. We bring in the Energy Control Center leadership. We bring in the people that would be directly involved in this case, a winter event, but I'd offer to you, you can have peaking conditions in the summer as well. And we test each other. Do you have any outstanding work orders? Where do you stand on those outstanding work orders? And those include winterization checks. And we talk about, are we prepared? Have we completed our training of our system operators for the upcoming peaking season, in this case, winter season? And we call it a trial by fire. And so it's not just a report out, it's a challenge session. And we document any outstanding items that we need to follow up. And these meetings are typically held in September, October. We do it in advance of the winter so that we'll have an opportunity to address any issues that come up as not being resolved or not being complete. And then we manage that as we move forward. This is in line with the requirements that NERC has put on us through the EOP standards, and they're solid operational standards. We need to be prepared. There's nothing new in that. Our obligation to our customers, our obligations to House Bill 951, as you look at the mandate to maintain or enhance reliability, drives us to do this. This is all about our customers. This is all about us being prepared to handle the conditions that we may face in the cold winter periods that have been illustrated through Uri in Texas, and then Winter Storm Elliott in the broader Southeast.
Okay. And to the extent you know, what changes did reliability standard EOP 0121 impacts Duke's generation stations? Did you have to do additional freeze protection measures?
Subject to check with the owner operators of our generation assets. We did find areas where we could improve our heat trace capability, and that's the ability to run equipment that heats up equipment that's subject to freezing, and our insulation protection, windshield, and things like that. Some of this, and again, I'm not an expert in this space, this involves getting down on your hands and knees and measuring insulation areas. I think the commission heard that in our report out on Winter Storm Elliott. This is a very tedious task to adhere to, but we do it with rigor and with discipline. And from what NERC is doing in their audits, they're coming and visiting plants and making sure that the processes are in place to ensure that this winterization takes place.
Okay. I want to ask you about an additional reliability standard aimed to improve generator operations. So from my understanding, Duke also must comply with reliability standard EOP 011-2, which had a compliance deadline of April 2023. Does that sound right to you?
That's subject to check. That sounds correct.
Okay. And this standard requires Duke to implement and maintain cold weather preparedness plans for its generation stations, correct?
Yeah, that is correct. And we do that.
Okay, and what did compliance with that standard entail?
So
Objection. I recognize that Mr. Holloman referenced these standards in his direct testimony, but these questions don't appear targeted to to elicit information about planning, which is what this proceeding is about.
Okay, please respond.
Presiding Commissioner, I have questions about, what the impacts are going to be for these reliability standards on future outage rates, what we can expect going forward in the CPIRP, what the new generator outage rates are going to be. And if I can't ask them of this panel, I'm not sure that there's going to be a panel that I can ask them of in this proceeding.
Okay, I'm going to overrule the objection and ask the panel to answer the questions to the extent that you're able to do so.
I'll answer it from an operations perspective. I would refer to witness O'Connor to speak from it from a planning perspective. So could you restate your question, please?
Yes, so the standard, excuse me, just let me find my place. So EOP 01, so 0112, you mentioned that you all are doing cold weather preparedness plans. And I said, what did compliance with that process entail?
So what we're required to do, and again, it's in the standards now, but it's been good utility practice for my entire 38-year career, is to have a process. The process has to be sustainable. Obviously, post Winter Storm Elliott, everybody was focused on it because it was such an impact to the broader Southeast. But 20 years from now, we've got to have the discipline in place to be able to carry out this winter storm preparation, winter weather preparation. So what does it look like? It's documented, formatted, procedural discipline that we drive out every year. And I can speak more to the operational perspective. It's training our operators, sitting them down in simulation space and putting them through the steps of a winter storm type event, a generation adequacy winter storm event. It's reviewing Winter Storm Elliott. We spoke to the commission right after Winter Storm Elliott in early January of 23 and talked about our operating experience with Elliott. We take that information and we plow it into our system operators so that the ones that weren't working that particular series of 3 days are aware of the conditions, the events, and the decisions. And as we spoke then, our personnel performed as expected, as trained in that particular experience. So subject to our next and up to our next compliance review from NERC, our audit from NERC, we are compliant with the EOP standards that are in place right now. I'll refer to Mr. O'Connor, see if he has anything from a planning perspective.
Yeah, I think it's important to note, and this is ultimately, I think, a question for the IRP and NTAP panel as well. But our resources, subject to check, are designed to operate in the coldest temperatures observed. The new additions to the plan. So regardless of the company's specific actions for winter weather preparedness or specific NERC standards, those resources are intentionally designed, is my understanding, to be operable in those conditions and be reliable in those conditions.
And I'll add this from a discipline perspective. So we believe that part of the NERC, the regulatory framework, will be, and they've always said this when we've gotten into mandatory compliance. It's one thing to say it, it's entirely another thing to prove it. And they want us to prove it. The phrase we always tell our folks that are going to be involved in audits, saying it's not enough, you got to prove it. And so we're prepared when the auditors come in, we're prepared for them to visit a plant, to go to a plant and visit with the people that actually do the work and test them. We're a firm believer in iron sharpens iron. We work collectively because we're part of a collective interconnection. We're all depending on each other. The whole is greater than the sum of the parts as long as the parts are doing the right thing. And up to today, and subject to our next NERC audit, O&P, operational and planning audit, we are compliant with all existing standards relating to winter weather prep.
Okay, and to clarify, you said that prior to EOP 011-2 and prior to Winter Storm Elliott, Duke already had winter preparedness plans, correct?
That is correct. I mean, if you go back to the 14 and 15, 2014, 2015 with the polar vortex events, those were challenging winter conditions. That drove us to our first level of formalization of these plans. That's when we started having formal, we called them winter weather prep meetings. We call them challenge boards now, where we get together pre-winter and pre-summer to make sure that we're testing each other. We're just not saying it, we're proving it to people that are strong stakeholders in the actual operations of it. there's a phrase we use, and it applies to mine and Mr. Witness O'Connor's testimony, and that is you plan to operate so that you can operate per the plan. If you don't do that, you put system operators in an unplanned for state. And that is something you'll hear at NERC is where we don't want to be. We don't want our operators in a place where they've not been trained on, they're not sure of where to turn. We want to plan the system to operate it so that we can operate it per that plan. And I think we've always tried to do that. The formality of it grew out of the polar vortex events in the 14 to 16 timeframe, 2014 to 2016. And then it really showed its value as we reviewed ourselves against URI operating experience. And we checked and adjusted. You'll hear that phrase a lot. And we tested each other coming out of Winter Storm Elliott.
Okay, and following NERC's, FERC and NERC's adoption of reliability standard EOP-0112, to the extent you know, were there changes made to the winter preparedness plans?
So we're always checking and adjusting. That's part of being flexible. It's part of being disciplined. It's part of being a system operator. We teach our system operators all the time, don't put all your eggs in one basket and don't rely on plan A. Have plan B, have plan C, because something's going to happen. We call it contingencies. Contingencies are events that you know are possible, but you can't predict when they're going to happen. And so we get our operators to prepare for that. And so we're always tweaking the process. We'll tweak the process when we get feedback from NERC on our EOP audits. When they're down there with us, looking at the insulation levels, looking at our heat trace, they will provide feedback back to us, and we will plow that back in. In our own internal audits, we'll do the same thing on our readiness for the winter. We'll do that in a couple months as we prepare for the winter of 24 and 25. And it comes to this group, it comes to the commission potentially through changes in our general load reduction plan. And so that's one area where our learnings kind of come to focus in terms of operations is in our general load reduction plan. What are the tools in the operator's toolbox that allow them to work with our generator operators to make sure that we're managing events like an extreme cold weather, like extreme hot weather, we're managing appropriately with focus on the reliability and security of the grid for our customers.
And can you describe when Duke either achieved compliance or intends to achieve compliance with the standards that we just discussed?
We believe that the standards that are currently in place, we are compliant.
Okay, so that would be for both EOP 11.2 and EOP 12.1.
The standards that are in effect, we are compliant.
Okay. And were you listening yesterday when the resource adequacy panel was discussing the concept of forced outage rates?
I was watching it.
Okay, and are you familiar with that term?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And is it fair to say that in general, you would anticipate that Duke's forced outage rates for its generation stations will fall in comparison to past performance now that the companies have fully implemented these reliability standards?
So I'm not a subject matter expert on asset ownership, so I can't speak to that. What I can say is that based on winter preparedness, as we look from, for example, from from the polar vortex events through our learnings from Texas with Uri through Winter Storm Elliott, our performance in winterization is getting better.
I think this is an important sort of time to note, Witness Holman in discussing NERC mentioned that they come in and they make you prove it. And I think there's an element of that in our modeling as well, where we use this 5-year rolling average of forced outage rates and that 5-year set of data, where if these once these improvements come to be and come to pass, we'll see them through time evolve in our modeling applications as well.
And system operators, from a forced outage perspective, they're contingencies, right? They're contingencies. We know they're possible. We've had operating experience with them in the past, but we don't know when they're going to happen. That's the nature of being a forced outage. And so that's an uncertainty. And we've talked about before in interactions with the commission that operators deal with uncertainty. When I say operators, I'm talking about also about operational planners. That operators are the folks that deal with this in the real time. They're focused on reliability and security, delivering for our customers, really for their shift, their 12-hour shift on that particular day. And if they're working 3 days, like some of our folks did over Christmas Eve, Christmas, and the day after Christmas in 22, they're worried about those 36 hours. There's also support functions behind them. We call them ops engineers, system ops engineers. They're also looking at our readiness and our preparedness more from a longer term perspective. And so we know about forced outages. We just can't predict them. We get help from our generation owner operators, our plant teammates on what it looks like. But our preparation, how operators deal with uncertainty, is with reserves. And in operating space, those are operating reserves. And within operating reserves, there's contingency reserves, there's regulating reserves. But operating reserves in general, and this is a NERC term that's defined in the NERC used in the standards, and I'll get this roughly right. It's unused capacity, capability that is intended for load forecast error, forced outages, planned outages, and potentially local protection. This is definitional information that we use to prepare and test our operators to maintain their NERC certification and their job task verification. So we have to deal with the forced outage in preparation and in actual, when it happens, how do you deal with it? We're not, as system operators, involved in the determination of what the forced outage rate is or what the environment is in a generation plant.
So just keying in on one thing you said Duke, I believe, you said that they're improving their winter preparedness. So in general, you would expect Duke's generation fleet to perform better in winter conditions going forward.
I think based on my operating experience over the last, I'd say 10 years, I would agree with that. I believe that our winter performance has shown improvement.
Okay, thank you. Switching gears a little bit, my understanding is that the commission directed Duke to engage in additional reporting aimed at decreasing generator outages in its order in docket number M100 sub 163 issued late 2023. Are you familiar with that order?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At this time, I would ask the commission to take judicial notice of SEBA potential cross exhibit 5, the commission's order making findings and directing actions relating to the impacts of Winter Storm Elliott in docket number M100 sub 163 dated December 22nd, 2023.
Seeing no objection from the parties, the commission will take judicial notice of the document.
So let's run through a few of those reporting requirements contained in the order. So this is SEBA potential cross exhibit 5 included in the notebook. Can you please turn to page 43?
We're there.
Okay, and can you please look at the bottom paragraph and review the sentence starting with "to this end"? I'll give you a minute.
From to this end to the end of the paragraph?
Yeah, to the end of the paragraph, please.
Okay, I've read it.
Okay,
Mr. Snyder, can you identify again the potential cross exhibit that you're referring to?
number 5.
Number 5?
And can you confirm that Duke was ordered to inform the commission of any additional areas that must be addressed to improve the chances of unit availability beyond those contemplated by the NERC standards that we were discussing earlier?
This is not my area of responsibility or expertise, but it is my understanding that we are adhering to all the direction that the commission had provided us coming out of Winter Storm Elliott. And one thing to keep in mind, none of this ends with a report or ends with an update to the commission. This is ongoing. You're always chasing reliability and security. We tell our operators all the time, never get complacent. We had a sign up in the old operating center, complacency is our common enemy. And so you've always got to stay on edge. You want system operators that are inquisitive, that ask questions, that are contrarians. You want them to constantly asking questions on how we're ready. Prove to me we're ready. Prove to me you fix this problem. But it's my understanding that we are complying to all the commission's orders coming out of Winter Storm Elliott.
Okay, can we just review two more of the commission's directives? So let's go to page 46, last paragraph.
Objection. I'd just like to renew my objection that this is not the appropriate docket to be discussing the company's compliance with the Winter Storm Elliott order or operational aspects to the extent they don't relate to planning for the CPIRP.
Okay, Mr. Sutter, can you succinctly explain why your questions relate to planning in this docket?
As it relates to planning, I think this directly impacts planning for the reserve margin, and that if we anticipate that there's going to be significantly better force outage rates in the future, I'm unsure that the resource adequacy panel's testimony, which relies in large part on greater force outage rates, continues to be as true as it was stated in direct testimony.
Okay. So I will overrule Duke's objection, but let's please move these questions along
Okay.
quickly.
I can skip these then.
Mr. Snyder, may I add one thing?
Sure.
So I am not the person, nor do I have the expertise to comment on projections of Duke's forced outage rates of their assets. I represent the folks that deal with the forced outage. I represent the people who work with our owner operators on understanding, okay, how's it going today? What's the conditions today? That's what takes place in these grid risk assessment meetings that we formalized and established post Winter Storm Elliott that we've reported to the commission. So I am not, I don't think Mr. O'Connor, neither one of us are in a position to offer an opinion on forced outage rates in a particular plan. Our job is to be prepared to deal with them.
Yeah, and in the context of the resource adequacy study, I want to bring up what Witness Wintermantle said, which is that it's a data-driven process. That we have taken the system as it is, and the intention in that study is not to cherry pick individual assumptions that go into it, and maybe put our thumb on the scale for neighbors or put our thumb on the scale for winter outage rates. I've been Witness Holman is very confident that these measures will help improve our reliability, but we need to see it. We need to prove it. And once that experience rolls into our outage histories, it will become incorporated into future versions of the plan. That's the entire point of check and adjust. Is that as we learn and as we improve, we can revisit aspects of the plan.
Okay. And so just at a high level, I won't ask you to engage any more specifics, but would you agree that many of the commission's directives subject to check were geared towards reducing generator outages?
I think a portion of them were to look at your winterization process. That's one aspect of winter prep are your assets, not just generation, but transmission as well. Are your assets ready to go? Do you have outstanding work orders in October so you have time to fix it? And then update us as we move ahead. It doesn't end there. It translates into another check in early December on where we stand as it relates to that grid risk assessment, ongoing grid risk assessment process. And then as we forecast colder temperatures, we go into what's called grid threat process. That's when the energy control centers take over. So, okay, here's what we're seeing. Here's the load. Here's the status of generation. And we get that information from our generation teammates. Here's what we anticipate will happen. Here's the plan on how we're going to work it. Here are the risks that may drive us to levels that include demand side products, demand response, up to public appeal, up to controlled load shed. That's all within the general load reduction plans that we file, I believe, with the commission yearly, I believe, subject to check. And so that's kind of the way it works as you work from planning out a couple months ahead at a time where you got decent data. You've got data that you know what you've got to do between then and when it gets cold. And then you manage it operationally, tactically, if you will, kind of out of the groups that manage the unit commitment process, that manage the dispatch process, that are the control authorities for events, really control authorities all the time, but control authorities specifically in cold weather events. That's the system operators in the energy control centers at Garner and in Charlotte.
Okay, I'd like to ask now about a few specific generation stations. Can we please turn to page 22 and 23 of the commission's order? And are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and can you please locate the 4 plants for DEC and 3 plants for DEP, which sustained forced outages due to Winter Storm Elliott?
Yes,
Okay, you see them?
yes, sir.
Okay, can you locate the column detail for weather related for Dan River plant in the DEC territory? And please read aloud the reason for the forced outage.
Forced offline due to frozen LP drum level. Transmitters and delayed in returning to service because of gas turbine compressor bleed valve fault. Heat trace for the low pressure drum, LP drum level transmitter energized and all insulation was reserved to be intact. Wind exposure overcame the measures in place.
And to your knowledge, have those issues been addressed, or is Duke planning to address them?
I don't have specific knowledge on that particular plan. As I said before, I am not a generation owner operator expert, but it's my understanding that we, through our winterization process, have addressed those issues.
Okay. Turning to Mountain Island 2, can you likewise read the reason for the outage?
Yes, cold air entering building, creating conditions under which unit would not start.
Same question. Are you aware that those issues have been addressed or that Duke is planning to address them?
Again, I'm not a hydro operator. That particular unit is a hydro plant. I can't speak to specifically what is done, but it's my understanding that it has been addressed or we are addressing it.
Okay. And turning to DEP located on the next page, can you please locate the first 3 DEP plants which sustained outages during Winter Storm Elliott?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please take a minute to review the reasons for the outages. And I'll give you a minute for that.
I've read 3. I've read, yeah.
So same question, to the best of your knowledge, have those issues been addressed?
So same answer. I'm not an expert in that space, but it's my understanding that we've addressed the issues that we've learned about and gained through our Winter Storm Elliott experience. And I will say this, if you look at these outages, and some of them are derates. The units did not come offline. They had to be derated for conditions that are described here in this far right column. That's an important aspect of winter operations. If they're still online, they can provide essential reliability services. They can provide inertial response. That's the rotating mass of the turbine. They can provide dynamic reactive support. That's VARs. That's supporting the voltage, which is kind of like the blood pressure of the grid. They can still regulate. They can still move. They're just have a lower maximum capability. Now, we did have some units that were out over Winter Storm Elliott, and I think we briefed the commission on that. I think it was January 3rd or 4th of 2023. But I view it as an improvement that we're dealing more with derates than we are with outages. Because a derated unit, while it may not be able to get full output, and that's a challenge, especially on a really cold day, still providing VAR support, reactive support, voltage support. It's still movable, dispatchable, and it's still providing frequency support through inertia. That massive turbine spinning, not wanting to change frequency. Frequency is kind of like is kind of like your pulse rate of the grid. And so if they're still online, they still support our customers. They still support the grid. And that's an important distinction. Offline, which is offline, zero output, zero VARs, no inertia because the turbine's not spinning, versus derated, still spinning inertia, turbine still rotating and providing VARs and providing the ability for the system operator to give an operating instruction to move up or down, up being less than what it normally would be.
No further questions. Thank you to the panel for their time.
Yes, sir.
Sigper, you're up for cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen. Mr. Holman, I believe most of my questions will be for you, but Mr. O'Connor, please feel free to jump in. Mr. Holman, the last time I cross-examined you was in September of 2022, 3 months before Winter Storm Elliott occurred. Is your job more challenging now as you sit here today compared to when it was in September 2022?
So it's different. And so my job in 22, I was responsible for the energy control centers. I was responsible for the folks that actually do the work, the system operators. I think I testified for this group in early January of 23. I had the pleasure and the privilege of watching our men and women manage Winter Storm Elliott. I did that kind of work for 38 years, so I love it. It's kind of gives us in operations purpose. So I harder or easier. I think the way I view that question, those were challenging days. I think I said here before the commission that it's the most difficult operating day I had experienced in 38 years of being in that space, and it still is. I view my new job as looking forward. It's an opportunity to take 38 years of experience and help the folks that are planning for the future. This very plan, working with Witness O'Connor and a lot of the folks that you're hearing from in these panels, I get to help them based on my 38 years of experience with NERC, with CERC, in the control center, watching events like Winter Storm Elliott. When I was on console as a system operator, we didn't have extreme cold events like polar vortex or Winter Storm Elliott. Well, we had challenging events. We had events where units tripped. We had to respond to it. And so I can plow that experience into these efforts to move forward, whether it's how are we going to figure out how to use battery storage in the Carolinas, in North Carolina? How are we going to do that? You know, what are the performance aspects of commissioning expectations for these new resources? As you can see in our plan, it's an all of the above approach. We want all of this stuff to work. We are hopeful that all of this stuff will be able to provide the essential reliability services that a reliable and secure system requires. But I've said this before in front of this group, hope is not a plan. From an operator's perspective, you've got to have proven, predictable performance so that they can plan on how they're going to operate the system. So I loved my job back then. I felt purpose. I knew what I was doing, worked with wonderful people who were really the people doing the work. And I love my job now because I'm at the tail end of my career. And so I get to plow into some of the newer folks that are working on this stuff. I get to plow into them my 38 years of operating experience. They can take it or leave it, but I get to plow that into these processes that are really important.
Thank you for that. On Christmas Eve 2022, non-residential demand response performed well, reducing load by approximately 200 megawatts in DEC service territory and another 200 megawatts in DEP service territory for a combined total across the system of 400 megawatts. Is that correct?
That's subject to check. That's approximately right.
Is there a potential for voluntary demand response programs to further improve reliability performance during times of grid strain?
I definitely think so. I think this gives us an opportunity, and it's a part of our plan, by the way. I mean, we're working towards, and I'll ask Witness O'Connor to comment too from a planning perspective. Part of our plan is enhanced and growing grid edge capability. Now, our history's been we use those capabilities during peaking conditions. We've been challenged a couple of times with hot weather this summer, and so we've used those assets in summer as well. But our plan calls on a growing focus on grid edge opportunity. It's an opportunity for us to partner with our customers on some of these really challenging situations. We can work with them, but it is behavioral based. It's based on the behavior of our customers. And so that's kind of a new aspect, not just for Duke, but for the industry. You'll read in NERC and some of the NERC preparation articles where there's the state of reliability of the long-term reliability assessment. They'll talk about there's potential with grid edge capability, but we've got to develop some predictability around it. We've got to develop what are the characteristics through which this capability helps? What are the characteristics that we can count on? And as these products grow, that's going to become more important because what we have to do with operators in new technology, and this is kind of a subtle thing that I don't know that's obvious sometimes. So operating experience in California or New York or in Texas helps. I read all of the lessons learned. I read all of the post-event reports, and we plow that into our operational readiness. We'll plow that into the projects that I'm helping out now. But what you've got to do is extrapolate that operating experience in California, for example, and overlay it in the Carolinas. Our weather patterns are different. Our customer responses are different. And more than that, under the PER, the personnel standards in NERC, we have to job task verify every single operator in our control centers in Garner and in Charlotte on how to operate that particular tool for their system. Job task verification is for the North Carolina system. It's not for the New York Power Pool or the Cal ISO or the ERCOT system. So I am hopeful there's potential with these grid edge, partnering with our customers, collaborating with our customers' programs. But as Witness Snyder talked about yesterday with some of the newer technologies, there's still work to do to understand scope, scale, pace, and capability. What essential reliability services can grid edge products provide? They can certainly provide the ability to lower load when you need it. That's important. But do they provide reactive support, VARs? Can they be regulated? Don't know. Can they load follow? Well, they do over peak. And those are the kind of questions we've got to get definitive answers on, so that as we train our operators to be prepared to execute these tools in as a part of the overall toolbox, the all of the above approach built into the plan, that we can train them with definition and specifics.
And I would just reinforce the fact that the plan has a sort of deliberate pace to it to allow our system operators to learn and allow us to characterize the opportunities available in this space to sort of understand how we assess state in real time of how these resources would function.
And I'll add this, and I think it applies generally. So people may ask, why all this talk about deliberation with pace, with orderly transfer, with discipline? Here's my opinion on that. We're talking about the most critical of the critical infrastructures in North America. Every single citizen in North America depends on this infrastructure to work. And I'm talking about the grid, the bulk electric system that transfers down to the delivery of the customers. If you look at NERC documentation, and I really like this, you look in the front of their documents, it'll say reliability, security, resilience, because over 400 million people in North America are counting on us. I like simple messages. I'm a simple person. That's mission clarity. If you focus that down on the state of North Carolina, that's Duke. We're responsible for reliability. We're responsible for security. We're responsible for resiliency, because our 4.2 million customers in North Carolina are counting on us 24/7 by 365, every day of the week, every day of the year, every day that we're planning out for 15 years. That was a long answer. I'm sorry.
So Ms. Kress, before you ask your next question, we've reached the time for our morning break. So we will take our break, go off the record and come back on the record at 11:10.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go back on the record. And Ms. Crest, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you. Mr. Holman, just to pick up on this theme of non-residential demand response, if existing behind-the-meter standby generation that is not currently being operated as parallel generation, but which could be operated as parallel generation with grid-side resources during times of grid strain, could that help improve reliability performance during these peak winter demand conditions?
So let me just clarify. Are you talking about generally behind the meter generation, unmetered?
Correct.
So I'd refer that to our grid edge panel, but that is part of the plan. Part of the plan is to develop the capability to tap in, to partner with those customers that have that capability over time. The questions from an operator's view, okay, what's the scale of it? As we talked about earlier with the earlier question, what essential reliability capability services can these capabilities provide beyond what we know they can provide? We know that we can call on them, the existing tools, in a capacity situation, summer, winter, and they're dependable. We believe they're dependable. Now, the scale's a little tough because you're talking about a system that's combined over 35,000 in a cold or hot weather scenario. You've got to get scale to be able to see it even on your load chart. But our plan included in the carbon plan IRP includes a glide path to get there. So it's the all of the above approach. All of these tools bring different capabilities to the table. And we've talked about it before. It is really important that we replace capability before we retire capability. And I think the plan calls for about 8,400 megawatts of coal to be retired between now and 2031. That's a lot of megawatts. It's a lot of megawatt hours. It's a lot of capability. It's a lot of load following. It's a lot of regulation. It's a lot of response to operators' instructions. It's a lot of VAR production. It's a lot of rotating mass. So that's a lot of capabilities. That's kind of a summary of the essential reliability capabilities that NERC talks about in their documentation. So as we move forward, I think a fundamental part of this plan in terms of reliability is we're going to replace that capability, kind of being at this point a little bit technology agnostic. We're going to replace that capability before we retire it. We've talked about this before. Again, I would not suggest 38 years doing this kind of work. I would not suggest we start to use the grid as a laboratory to try things out. We need to be able to have the capability that's dependable, predictable, that we've used before successfully, and then learn from this new technology in an orderly, in a deliberate, in a disciplined way, because we're dealing with the most critical of the critical infrastructures in North America. Every single customer of ours in North Carolina, all approximately 4.2 million customers, are depending on us to ensure reliability and security. And that's a daunting task. I think I've said here before, being a system operator is not for the faint of heart. It is a tough job. And it was my privilege and honor for 38 years to at one point be one of them and to lead those folks into their day-to-day challenge. So I'm hopeful that these grid edge assets become an important part of our toolbox, an important component of our all of the above approach. But as I said before, hope's not a plan. You don't want operators hoping. An operator I used to work for, the last of the chief dispatchers in old Duke Power, we were sitting around one day and it was a really cold morning. And one of us new engineers said, well, maybe it won't get so cold. I'm hopeful it doesn't get to 15, maybe it gets to 20. And he turned around and he said, hope's not a plan, because you got customers that are dependent on you to be ready for 15 and even 10. So I think that's built into the fabric of this plan. We want proven, we want predictable, we want capability we can count on as we undertake this journey to net zero by 2050.
Thank you for that. Mr. Holman, are you aware of anything the companies have done since the initial carbon plan was approved in December 2022 to increase customer uptake on demand response programs, specifically non-residential customers?
So I'm not an expert in that space. I think, Mr. O'Connor, we refer that to the Grid Edge group.
Yeah, that should be a question for the Grid Edge panel.
Happy to ask Mr. Duff that question. Thank you. Back to Christmas Eve, 2022. That happened on a Saturday, correct?
That's right.
And is it fair to say that non-residential load, specifically industrial and manufacturing load, was substantially lower on that day than it would have been, say, a random Tuesday in January?
So I think it's a reasonable assertion to make that on a Christmas Eve Saturday, that there were a lot of businesses, industrial sites that were closed for the Christmas season.
How much worse, in your opinion, would the forced load shed event on Christmas Eve 2022 have been had it not happened on a Saturday Christmas Eve and instead happened on a random Tuesday in January?
So we've worked around that idea. We've speculated and extrapolated out what we might see. And if you hold everything the same, if you freeze all the components that we saw specifically on the 24th, and all you say is you're going to have more load, logic would tell you if there are no, and we talked about this on, I think, the 3rd of January, there were no more resources. You know, there was some discussion earlier about, I think, Chair Mitchell, you mentioned Florida. If we could have got it from Florida, we would have got it from Florida. It was not there to get. And I think we've got panels that can speak to that. There are other people that are subject matter experts in our ability to buy and sell energy. They look at that 24/7/365. That's our merchant function. They do a fantastic job in scouring the interconnection for resources. But there was nothing there to get that day. And so it's logical to think that if the operators had no other resource to match that load, we would have had to shed more load. That's their obligation. I mean, it is a daunting obligation to know that you are the only people in Duke Energy who have that authority granted by NERC to shed firm load in a controlled manner. I appreciate folks in this setting not calling it a blackout. It was not a blackout. A blackout is an uncontrolled cascading event that physics solves the problem. I think we talked about it in January. You don't want physics solving these problems because you don't know who's going to have energy and who's not. You want trained, dedicated system operators, those men and women who know what they're doing, making the tough decision to start the process of controlled load shed. So I think it's logical to assume that if we couldn't find any other resource, which was the case on the 24th, and we're obligated to balance. We're obligated. If we were to do nothing, let's take this scenario and extrapolate out. We decide we're not going to do anything. Load's going to keep going up. We're going to keep sucking in unscheduled, situationally aware, lacking energy from the interconnection. We are instantly non-compliant with the balancing standards in NERC. So that would be contrary to NERC standards if we were to do that. So I think it's logical to think that we would have to shed more firm load.
Thank you for that. I believe you have the Winter Storm Elliott investigation order in front of you still from my colleague's cross-examination. I believe it was SEBA potential exhibit number 5.
So if we can find it, that's here. Yep.
If you could please turn with me to page 9 of that order.
We're there.
On table 1, do you see a chart stating time and date and EEA status?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and DEC declared EEA 1 at 2025 Eastern Prevailing Time on December 23rd, 2022. Is that correct?
That is correct.
What was the solar generation output at 2025 EPT on 12/23/22?
2025, that's 8 p.m. in the afternoon on a Friday. I don't want to say it was 0, but it was minimal.
And then at 4:30 EPT on 12/24, DEC escalated to EEA 2. What was the solar output at 4:30 EPT on December 24th, 2022?
Subject to check, very little.
And then DEC escalated to EEA 3 at 6:10 EPT on 12/24. What was the solar output at that time?
Subject to check, very little. The sun begins to to rise in the eastern parts of North Carolina at, close to that time, but subject to check very little.
And without doing the same exercise for DEP, is it fair to say the timeline would closely resemble what we just went through for DEC?
Yeah, similar radiance challenges when it's dark.
Okay. Would you agree there are other ways to improve reliability performance aside from increasing the reserve margin?
I think that's an open-ended question that I would need more context to. There's so many moving parts to that. And I'll turn to Mr. O'Connor to speak more on the planning side of that.
Yeah, I would add that I think the reserve margin shows us what we need. But how we get there, I think we're agnostic to, as long as the capabilities that Witness Holman has discussed, the essential reliability services are provided.
And you talked, Mr. Holman, about checking and adjusting, and that this is an iterative process. I'm not sure if those were your exact words, but they're mine, paraphrasing yours. The companies will be back before this commission next fall to update them on the carbon plan implementation. Is that correct?
Subject to check that. I think that's right.
So they could defer the decision regarding whether it's necessary to increase the reserve margin until the companies come back in the next time around to do this all over again?
So I'm gonna give Mr. O'Connor a chance to speak to that from a planning perspective, but I'll say this. So the check and adjust concept is the latter part of the operational excellence accountability model. And the first two steps are planning and doing. If you're not planning, if you're not doing something, there's nothing to check and adjust. And you've heard several of our witnesses talk about, we are in execution mode. We are building for the future with the interim target, with the net zero by 2050, with the 8,400 megawatts of coal that's going to be retired between now and 2031. We've got to get after it. And so you got to keep in mind, and I try to always remind myself, whenever I hear check and adjust, what are you checking and adjust against? It's the planning and the doing of something that you're checking and adjusting. It's a fundamental part of operational excellence. It's accountability that you planned out a strategy, and we're planning to operate so we can operate to that plan. That implies you're executing something, you're operating something, you're building something. And then to the folks that have oversight over the process and authority over what we're doing, that's the North Carolina Utilities Commission, you're checking and adjusting. That's a part of strategy. I remember back when I was working on my MBA, the strategy professor used to always say, strategy without checking and challenging is not worth the paper it's written on. You've got to challenge yourself. What if we're wrong? What if this assumption here doesn't happen? Or what if it happens 10x? And we're going to work with the commission in this check and adjust mode of us doing and planning to make sure we're all on the same page on that. This can't be not worth the paper it's written on. What we're changing is too important. And so I think that's the beauty and the logic of House Bill 951. It's simply stated you got to improve or maintain or improve reliability as an operator. I think that's great. But it also called for this checking and adjusting window on what we're doing. Because you got to do that. Strategy that's not evaluating what if we're wrong, what if we got this not quite right, is not worth the paper it's written on. So, Mr. O'Connor.
Yeah, and I would add that, to Witness Holman's point, deferring is still a decision. No, inaction is a decision. But what we're seeing is growing load. We're seeing a need to enact an orderly retirement of our coal fleet, and that requires actions to be taken now. The reserve margin is our sort of best estimate-based, data-driven best estimate of the amount of resources we need. And what you can see in the near-term action plan is what we have to do today, beginning today, in order to actually meet the challenges that are outlined in the plan.
And just to follow up on that, Mr. O'Connor, the reserve margin being the amount of resources needed now, according to you, that's based on the companies continuing to operate as two separate utilities, DEC and DEP, correct?
So as modeled in the resource adequacy study, and as the recommendation from Strape was a reserve margin based on the combined operations of the Carolinas system as one whole.
And so just to be clear, it was modeled as a single balancing authority, but not as one single utility for capacity planning purposes, correct?
Subject to check, I believe that's correct. I would defer to maybe the statutory obligations in terms of how we model our systems in the capacity expansion process to the IRP Interconnections panel.
And are you aware that the companies intend to have legal day one of a merged entity fall on January 1st, 2027?
Subject to check, I believe that is the case.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Kress. Next up is CUCA.
Thank you. Matt Tynan for CUCA. Good morning, gentlemen. In your testimony at page 6, lines 5 through 8, you state that North Carolina General Statute Section 62-110.9 tasks the companies and the commission the obligation to maintain or improve upon the adequacy and reliability of the existing grid as they plan, adopt, and adjust the CPIRP. You see that?
Can you repeat those line numbers for me?
Yeah, it's lines 5 through 8.
Page 6, 5. Got it. Through 8.
Is that right? You see that?
I think
He's
you got
looking
it.
for.
I've got it, Mr.
All right.
Witness complicated.
I was moving across exhibits. All right, I am there.
Okay. And so would you agree that as part of the carbon plan, the companies have an obligation to maintain or improve the reliability of the existing grid?
I'll speak and then Mr. O'Connor can speak. I keep the House Bill 951 with me. It's in my preparation package here. It clearly states that. No ifs, ands, or buts.
And would it be fair to say that your testimony is focused on reliability as it concerns the bulk power system, meaning generation and transmission resources?
I think that's a fair characterization.
And would you also agree that reliability of the grid depends not just on generation and transmission resources, but also on whether the companies are able to actually deliver power to customers?
I think we have, a reliability obligation that sits in two parts. One is our resource adequacy obligations, obviously, to the bulk power system, and then we have reliability, obligations to our customers at the point of delivery, is my understanding.
And I'll offer this. I mean, we have a reminder around our company because we're a big company. We've got people that do different things. I caught myself turning.
Both Mr. Holman and Mr. O'Connor, we're having trouble hearing you, so
Yep.
be sure to speak directly into the microphones.
So we have a big company. We have people that work in different areas, but the common theme is it's all about the customer. It's all about our customers in North Carolina, or our focus in North Carolina. And so everything we do is kind of grounded in that mission. And so I agree with your statement that our obligation to the customer is bigger than the bulk electric system, but it kind of starts with the bulk electric system. The purpose of the grid, you think about the broader grid, the North American Eastern Interconnection, which we're part of in all of our regulated businesses. The purpose is to get the service, to move those electrons. I think Chair Mitchell talked about moving electrons. Moving those electrons to power the functions that are vital to the economy, to the life of our customers and the people in North America, whether it's industrial, whether it's homes, whatever it is. So at the end of the day, our ability as an industry to use the purpose of Duke Energy to power the lives of our customers and the vitality of our communities, that's what it's all about. Now, it's not that simple, but you always got to keep that mindset.
Are you familiar with the company's grid improvement plan?
I'm not.
I am, in my prior job in the transmission organization, I have a limited understanding of the grid improvement plan. I know it's a part of our ongoing discussion with the commission.
And are you aware that the companies have spent hundreds of millions of dollars in the last several years implementing aspects of the grid improvement plan to improve reliability, including significant investments in technologies like self-optimizing grid?
And I think that's the focus on the point of delivery to our customers. I'm conceptually aware of that.
I'd at this point ask the commission to take judicial notice of the company's GIP biannual reports filed in docket E7 sub 1214B.
The commission will take judicial notice of the report.
And I've got the CUCA's cross-examine notebook in front of you. Could you please turn to CUCA potential cross exhibit 15? And I would like to mark this as CUCA Cross Reliability and Operational Resilience Panel Exhibit 1.
Can you say again what the potential cross-examination exhibit is?
Yeah, it's potential cross exhibit 15.
And could we have 1 minute to pull that up, please?
Yes.
Thank you. I've got it pulled up now.
And just to orient the panel, the first page of the exhibit is a chart.
Let's stop for just a minute.
Yeah.
Can you identify the exhibit again to make sure that we're clear on the naming of the exhibit?
Yes, I would like this to be marked, sorry, as CUCA Cross Reliability and Operational Resilience Panel Exhibit 1.
Okay, it's so noted.
I apologize. Could you restate the potential cross exhibit number?
Yeah, potential cross exhibit number 15.
15. Sorry.
And just to orient you, the first page of the exhibit is a chart that shows DEC and DEP's reported SAIDI metric performance, excluding major event days, over the last 10 years. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
And then just for your reference, the next 40 pages are the underlying data taken from DEC and DEP's quarterly distribution service quality reports. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And I'd ask the commission to take judicial notice of DEC and DEP's quarterly distribution reports filed in docket number E-100 sub 138A.
Seeing no objection, the commission will take judicial notice.
And subject to check, would you agree that the chart on page 1 of the exhibit shows DEC and DEP's system performance with respect to SAIDI?
Subject to check, I believe that is what it appears to show.
And would you agree that the trend for SAIDI in DEC since Q4 2021 is that reliability is worsening?
I am not a subject matter expert in the duration metric. I don't think I'm in a position to comment on that. SAIDI performance, safety, performance to frequency indication are key performance indicators for our company. It's at the delivery point in our relationship with our customers. I don't think we speak to that in the carbon plan because it's a different perspective.
It is. I think, the point of delivery concerns and our sort of bulk power system concerns are equally important and sort of both affect the reliability of our customers. But they are not necessarily interchangeable. I think if you look at our sort of resource adequacy and energy adequacy that we're exploring in the plan, that obviously has an obligation to our customers, but also has an obligation that I think Witness Holman can speak to in more detail of the companies as balancing authorities to the broader Eastern Interconnection. I think that level of reliability is extremely important. We think point of delivery reliability is important, but they're not necessarily related per se in this proceeding.
Yep. Thanks for those comments.
And before we go further, can you clarify the report in docket number E7 sub 1214B that you're asking the commission to take judicial notice of? We want to make sure the record is clear.
Yes, the E7 sub 1214B contains the company's GIP biannual reports.
And there are 6 biannual reports in that docket. Can you clarify which one in particular you're asking the commission to take judicial notice of?
I guess the only one that's necessary to take judicial notice of is the one that was filed on March 1st, 2023.
And is there only one? So to make, I'm wanting to make sure that we have a clear record. Is there only one report that was filed on that date?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And so going back for just a second, I appreciate your comments. My question was specifically, if you look at the chart, what you see from Q4 2021 is that after that date, DEC SAIDI performance gets worse. Is that fair to say?
Well, and I can't confirm the data because I'm not familiar with this report, but just my glancing at it, it appears that there have been a handful of years where it has improved.
Since
It goes
2021?
Mr. Holman, we're having trouble hearing you again.
sorry.
Thank you.
So I can't confirm this data. I mean, I'm not, I don't produce my group, or my responsibility doesn't produce the data. I'll leave it at that. I don't produce the data.
But do you see that in Q4 2021, the SAIDI performance was below 160, and that as of the most recent report, the SAIDI data for DEC was above 200?
Per this graphic, I think that's correct.
And you understand that that means that the performance is worse, right?
Assuming that this is accurate information.
And outside of addressing resource adequacy, does the carbon plan do anything to address the worsening reliability of the DEC system?
I think the purpose of the carbon plan is to tackle the sort of substantial challenges we're facing with the energy transition. We know we're having to retire 8,400 megawatts of coal in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, creating a cleaner grid to meet the interim and 2050 targets. Ultimately that rests on a foundation of resource adequacy, and that is the focus of the plan.
And so was that a no, it does not address anything other than resource adequacy?
It is my understanding that the carbon plan itself or this proceeding is not necessarily the proceeding in which those types of issues are handled.
So the only reliability concern that Duke is addressing in this proceeding is resource adequacy. Is that right?
I think it is fair to say that we are focused on resource adequacy as the foundation of the energy transition.
And how did Duke decide which aspects of reliability would and would not be part of the carbon plan proceeding?
So I can't necessarily speak to the resource adequacy versus point of delivery decision point, but I think while point of delivery reliability is extremely important, the new challenge we are facing and the one that we are trying to address, that is in many ways, the sort of foundation of what we're doing is indeed the resource adequacy challenge.
I think if you look at how the company and how I think utilities in the United States manage this, integrated resources planning are generally focused on generation resources. It's that generation balance moving forward. How do you plan for it? How do you achieve it? How do you get to where you're getting? What's retiring? What additions are you making? The point of delivery exercise with the commission is generally made through rate cases, is my understanding. The multi-year rate case, the asset change outs, the resiliency improvements, wood to steel poles, for example, those are all intended to improve the point of delivery reliability focus of the company. And that's done more through our transmission and our distribution organizations, power grid operations in the new organization. So they're related, no doubt, because at the end of the day, the customer experiences reliability from their own perspective, but they're related, but they're different. I would offer that if we don't do a good job in one, it impacts the situation with the customers. If we don't do a good job with the integrated resource planning, it impacts the experience of our customers as well. So I don't think we ignore it. I know we don't ignore it, but it's handled through other rate processes that we involve the commission with, that we report to the commission.
And so is it fair to say that the company's CPIRP does not attempt to maintain or improve the reliability of the existing grid except as it concerns resource adequacy?
I think the CPIRP challenges that we see are decidedly on our resource adequacy. And as Mr. Holman mentioned, that, with or without an energy transition, with or without a carbon plan, point of delivery reliability will be addressed in other forums.
All right, no further questions. Thank you.
So Mr. Smith for Environmental Defense Fund, I believe you're up.
That's right. Hello, my name is Ben Smith. I represent the Environmental Defense Fund. And I just have a few questions. After hearing what I've heard this morning and what I've read in the different filings, it's fair to say that system reliability, even beyond the statutory requirements in 951, to meet or improve reliability is at the top of the company's concerns in generation and grid planning. Is that right?
I would say yes, and just, not even the company's concerns, it's a statutory obligation as part of HB 951.
Right, but even if there wasn't a statutory requirement, you all would be intending to give reliable electric service. And I realize I'm asking for it, but I guess I'll ask it this way. Even before 951, it was paramount to provide reliable electric service.
It's part of the regulatory compact, our obligation to serve our customers in North Carolina.
That's right. So as you've been reviewing the filings, the materials in this docket, and I don't mean this is going to sound a little bit more adversarial than it means to be. But as you review the materials in this docket, are you aware of any parties that oppose reliable electric service?
I don't believe anyone has opposed a reliable electric service.
So I think what I'm getting to from my client's perspective is how renewables can fit into what the companies believe is a reliable generation resource mix. And I think utility scale solar has to some extent established a use case thus far, but I want to hear whether you think some other generations can fit into a reliable NERC compliant generation portfolio for the companies. Do you think offshore wind could be part of a generation mix that's reliable and NERC compliant?
So I think we have, as the setup to this question, let me preface that by saying answering directly yes. Offshore wind is an important part of the plan in the P3 fall-based portfolio. But we have a framework for thinking about reliability that focuses on three key aspects. The first is that executability is key, because if you can't build an asset, a system operator can't use it. If your assumptions about availability, about reliability in that space are incorrect, that creates a reliability risk. The second component of this framework is an orderly pace. That pace is important, so that we can check and adjust as we move through and new information becomes available, but it's also important for our system operators, which Witness Holman can speak to learn and sort of adapt operational practice. And the last component of reliability is balance. So you reduce risk of any reliance on a one resource too much, or if it doesn't become available or has issues that weren't expected, then you need diversity in your resource mix to respond to reliability challenges.
And that last point, and I'm going to get to some of the earlier points you made, that's a great answer. But that last point is really interesting to me. When you say a diverse resource mix, you're talking about different types of generation resources, including, but not limited to, natural gas, nuclear, offshore wind, maybe, utility scale solar storage, and others?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go to page 13 of your direct testimony.
We're there.
Okay, and you talk about how Winter Storm Elliott caused 70,000 megawatts of generation capability to basically vanish, and the PJM, for instance, was unable to meet firm generation commitments it made to the companies. And just to put a point on this, the company's own generation had some forced outages as well, correct?
We had outages. That's correct. We had outages. That's correct.
Do you think that offshore wind with its high winter morning capacity values would have been an asset had it been interconnected and running during Winter Storm Elliott?
So that's a hypothetical. As I stated earlier, we would have taken any generation capability that we could have gotten on Winter Storm Elliott that Christmas Eve of 22. There was none available to us. So if there were, and that's part of the plan. That's part of the all of the above strategy. As we develop expertise in this, as we develop experience with this, as we understand the executability challenges of moving that direction, it will be a tool in our toolbox. And understanding what the risks are with wind, offshore wind, the cabling. How does the cabling work? What's the forced outage rate on the cable? I'm not an expert in that space, but those are the questions that are being asked. I think in the conversation yesterday that Witness Snyder talked about, we've got to learn how these assets function in the Carolinas, in North Carolina, without having them in place in North Carolina, so that we can build the plan, so that we can train the operators on understanding how, let's just say offshore wind, for example, offshore wind functions. What's its reactive R capability? What's its regulation capability? What's its load following capability? What's its ramping capability? Can you put it on AGC? Let the computer control it, automatic generation control. We've got to develop that operating experience so that it can become a usable and reliable and predictable tool in the operator's toolbox. But as we're retiring 8,400 megawatts of coal and all that known predictable capability, we've got to make sure we replace that capability before we retire it. So hopefully that gave some insight.
Yeah, that's helpful. You just discussed how you have to learn a little bit for grid operation. You need to get experience with the asset. Is the best way to learn experience actually operating that asset?
The best way to get that experience is to make sure that we have the needed essential reliability capabilities in place while we're learning. Then you're not treating the grid as a laboratory. You have the opportunity to bring a unit online and to commission it from the expectations you expect out of that particular asset. And it doesn't necessarily have to be wind. It could be batteries. It could be grid edge capability. It's very important that we have the ability to commission capability before we give that permission to operate. So to directly answer your question, yes, that's always a good way to learn, is by doing. And we don't necessarily have to do it through actual operation. We have the ability to simulate that capability if we had the models to integrate into our simulation capability.
Yeah, and I think that's an important point, and why we have this orderly, sort of pace to the transition is, a lot of our resources are, planning level estimates. As we get closer in time, we have more knowledge about the specific capabilities of any resource that we're planning for. That can factor into, resource adequacy models, and can factor into, as Witness Holman said, training our operators. But having a pace that allows us to learn in that process is extremely important.
Yeah, and I think I understand what you mean by pacing, but it's sort of difficult to connect that to sort of teaching. Because what you're talking about is I think what a pace of bringing in potentially new assets to the grid. But if those assets aren't interconnected to the grid and operational, how can you learn from them?
So there's opportunities. If you're talking about system operator training, the way we approach that is we have several avenues for that. One, we have classroom training. And typically, if it's something new, from their perspective, I'll grant you there's global operating experience with offshore wind, for example, but there's none in the Carolinas. So we could use that for classroom type training. Then we have simulation based training. We have a grid simulator. We can model things that aren't there yet and putting on the grid and put our operators through their paces. And then there's tabletop kind of drill exercises, saying, okay, here's the situation. You just lost this unit. These are the assets you have on the system. How are you going to respond to it? We incorporate all those approaches in preparing our system operators. It's actually a key part of our obligation to NERC to job task verify the operators in North Carolina to the system in North Carolina.
So it sounds like as you learn an asset that is new to the Carolinas, but maybe is used globally and maybe is used within the US, you can take lessons learned from other grid operators or manuals that come from other grid operators or other materials and use that in teaching how to operate the grid with a new to the Carolinas resource?
That's a part of it. That's correct.
And do you all ever interact with other utilities outside of the Carolinas for teaching, in case, for instance, someone from a state that has a lower utility scale solar portfolio, but is interested in ramping that up? Do they ever come to the Carolinas and learn how to deal with our robust utility scale solar portfolio?
So I'll defer to Witness O'Connor on the broader sense, but from an operator view, we have within CERC, which is, it used to be the Southeast, but the Southeast, it's bigger than the Southeast now, CERC Reliability Coordination or Corporation. We have a CERC System Operators Conference where we cover topics like that. We share operating experience. Now, CERC may not be the right footprint for that type of operating experience, but we have avenues to achieve that.
Yeah, and from my small corner of the world, we are heavily involved with the Electric Power Research Institute. There are multiple initiatives, at least to my knowledge, in the resource adequacy and modeling spaces. And I think I would assume across the broader company, many other interactions of that type of sort.
And I would add this, thanks, that's an excellent reference to EPRI. There's also the North American Transmission Forum. That's another avenue that we can gain broader operating experience, not just with onshore, offshore wind, with just general operating experience. And that covers all of NERC.
Thank you. It's really helpful. So would it be fair to say that there are resources that you can look at from outside the Carolinas, maybe some that are now inside the Carolinas, about new assets or newer assets to the Carolinas generation mix that you can rely upon to teach your system operators?
Yes, we can begin the process, but until we can simulate the operation, we cannot job task verify it, because they have to be job task verified on the balancing authority function. And if we're making substantial changes to the fleet, and that's clearly illustrated in the carbon plan, as part of the all of the above approach, it's part of that retiring of coal, replacing that capability, that proven predictable capability, with other proven and predictable capability. So we have to simulate, test them via simulation to make sure they can perform and comply with NERC standards under this new criteria. Until we can do that to that granular detail, they're not job task verified.
And what's the inflection point there? When do you simulate? Is it before construction of a new asset, or is it once there's construction and you can kind of see how it operates, or where does that come in?
So it varies. I'm thinking back to when we built Bag Creek and Jocassee, two extremely flexible, large pump storage, hydro pump storage assets in the Carolinas, upstate South Carolina. We were able to start that process in the lead up to the permission to operate. Now the trick there is, you don't want to train an operator on a technology that's not going to happen for 10 years. Because they won't retain that, because they've got to, it's kind of like, we use the phrase at Duke, it's kind of like you're rewiring your house while you're living in it. Y'all ever done that? Not fun. We've got to maintain the grid as is while we're preparing our operators for the future. That's a trick. That's hard. That's a lot of hours. They have to maintain I believe it's subject to check 300 hours every 2 years to maintain their NERC certification. That's not job task verification. Job task verification is on top of that. These folks work rotating shifts. You've got to find the sweet spot there.
Thank you. This has been really helpful. I just have two more questions. As you're going through the educational process, when you get to the point where the new asset, offshore wind, storage, whatever it might be, is added to your portfolio that you have to operate as a grid operator, is it helpful, and I think you said this earlier, but I want to make sure clear I have it, is it helpful to have a diverse generation mix in the background to help to make sure that in the case that it doesn't meet what you expect it to meet, that you have various different options?
So I'm gonna let Witness O'Connor speak to that from a planning perspective, and I'll tie it down with operating experience.
I mean, the short answer to that is yes. Obviously, and we talk about this in the final sort of question in our direct testimony, but the actual resources that go on the grid, will vary. They'll have varying capabilities, and having a diverse mix, behind them, I think is very helpful.
So I think it's vital. I mean, I think it's vital. If you look at the history of the Carolinas, North Carolina specifically, the companies in North Carolina have always had a diverse generation mix. It's always been an all of the above. Now the parts and pieces and the percentages will change, but if you look at in either of the Carolinas, it was a mix of nuclear, of coal, of gas, of hydro, and DEC, of pump storage. All that is living up to the phrasing of don't put all your eggs in one basket. That is not something as a system operator you want to see happen. We tell our operators all the time, do not put all your eggs in one basket. Count on you breaking those eggs. Make sure you got some eggs over here that you can use as plan B and C. So I think historically in the Carolinas, the North Carolina Utilities Commission as a guide and as an approver has allowed us to build a diverse, balanced portfolio to support our customers. As I, as a system operator, 38 years experience, as I look at P3 fall-based P3, that's what I see. I see a very balanced portfolio, 6,000 megawatts of additional solar by 2031, I think, subject to tech, 2,700 megawatts of battery storage. On the horizon, wind, onshore, offshore, SMR nuclears, hydrogen potential. And I'm an expert in none of this, but I'm just looking at it from a diversity of technology. The reason that's important, how do you manage risk generally with diversity? Whether it's your investments or whatever, you want to have a diverse view of things to manage risk. We've had that. We've been successful in the past in North Carolina. I believe fall-based P3 provides that opportunity moving forward.
Thank you. No further questions.
And it's my understanding that Walmart has no longer has any cross-examination for this panel. Is that correct? Okay. So then we are moving. So we've gotten through all of the cross-examination. So we're going to move to redirect for Duke.
Just a couple of questions. Mr. Holloman, Council for Cuca asked you a number of questions about reliability at the point of delivery. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you mentioned the recent PBR rate cases in DEP and DEC. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And in those rate cases, did the companies propose substantial investments that were premised on delivering benefits to customers, including through increased reliability?
It's my understanding that is the objective.
Okay. And are you aware that the companies proposed PIMs based on SAIDI reliability metrics that were approved by the commission?
Help me with that acronym.
SAIDI.
PIM.
Performance incentive mechanisms.
So I think I knew that, but I know for a fact that SAIDI safety measures that directly reach out to the customers or key performance indicators for Duke Energy.
Thank you. And so those rate cases, that would be the forum in which the companies and this commission have focused on reliability at the point of delivery.
That's my understanding. Correct.
That's all my questions.
Okay, now we'll move to commission questions. Chair Mitchell.
Good afternoon. I appreciate your testimony today. Just a few quick questions for you. Mr. Holman, were you involved in the modeling exercise for this proceeding?
So I'm not a modeler. I trust young minds like Witness O'Connor and people like that to do that. But I did have the opportunity to review the process from an operator's perspective. And so, yes, I had an opportunity. I wasn't in the room when they ran the models, the Servum or the Encompass stuff, but I was in a position to review the results and have some look into some of the assumptions from a reliability perspective.
Okay. And did you offer practical guidance to those modelers from the perspective of someone who actually has had to run the system?
Yes, we had that opportunity to give and take in the development of the plan and the development of the testimony. And I'll give you an example, if that's okay. So historically, and if you read some of the NERC documents, they talk about this, going back to the start of my career and even up to probably 15 years ago, this type of analysis was really capacity based. It was, can you meet your load on the peak hour of the summer and the peak hour of the winter? And the thought was, if you can meet your load and have adequate reserves, the assets meeting those obligations were pretty known. Lots of operating experience, lots of predictability. So the thought was, if you could hit those two peaks, you're good for the rest of the year. And NERC speaks about this. That's the way it used to be done. And I think one of the panels talked about, there has been discussion over the years of changing from winter peak to summer peak. But what we focused on generally was, can you meet load and reserve obligations in the winter peak, that 1 hour, and the load and reserve peak in the summer? As the grid changes, we've got to change that. And NERC talks about that. NERC talks about you've got to start not just counting those 2 hours, but the other 8760 total hours in a year minus 2. You've got to start looking at probabilistic analysis. You've got to start looking at years of history. You've got to somehow capture the low frequency, high impact events, the extreme weather. And you've got to run, I think the word was stochastic, a probabilistic analysis to take into account these fringe events. And as I look at that, that resonates with me as a former system operator. The planning process is planning to operate the system so that we can operate to the plan, because it reflects operating experience reality. And two specific things, and I'll turn it over to Mr. O'Connor. We also track in this study ramp hours, the ramping capability that you need to meet the load changes, and you also track the number of starts. That reflects load following, reflects regulation, and it reflects ramping. Those are key essential reliability capabilities for the system operator running the balancing authority desk, both in Garner and in Charlotte.
Nothing for me.
Okay. Changing gears a little bit, how much does operations, or the team that you have been a part of for many years, influence or have a role in the scheduling of outages for generating units?
For generation outages?
Yes.
So we call it the GMS, Generation Maintenance Scheduling Process. We are a part of that process. It meets regularly. It produces a plan, and a plan's a plan. It's subject to change. We check and adjust it as we move forward. We take into account the needs of the generator, the plans, whether it's whatever the outages is. It's managed out of our generation group, but we are at that table providing input like, okay, what does that mean for reliability? Are we in a tough spot? You know, are we projecting challenges in that time? So we are integrally involved in that. We don't run it, but we are integrally involved.
Understood. So your group provides input into the schedules that are ultimately determined. Do I understand that correctly?
My former group, that's
Okay,
correct.
your former group. How has planning for outages changed over the years? And let me tell you why I asked the question. You just spoke a minute ago, you just testified that this exercise of resource planning has changed or needs to change from sort of the focus on the peak hour to perhaps focusing on all of the hours in the year and the low probability, high impact events that we know could occur. So have you all seen and you all have provided information to the commission in the Winter Storm Elliott docket and in other dockets about adjusting the outage time of year relative to things that you're experiencing here in the Carolinas. But what can you tell us about how planning for outages has changed over the years?
So an interesting question. So what we're dealing with now, we've been dealing with this for a couple of years, is the net load, the load net of solar. And so what we're seeing in the summer is the load challenges are extending out in terms of getting farther into the evening hours. Typically in a winter time, we're going to peak somewhere near hour ending 0700, subject to no kind of weird weather perturbations or schools being out and things like that. In the summer, we've historically peaked at hour ending 5 p.m. What we're seeing is at 5 p.m., solar really starts to ramp down. Solar starts to ramp down faster than our customer load's ramping down. So we're seeing an extension of that peak to hours after 5 p.m. So that changes your view of, okay, where are my windows of outage? Because that's really the game in generation maintenance outage scheduling. Where can I take advantage of lower load, higher reserves to get my maintenance done? And it's a give and take discussion with our generator owner operators, whether it's nuclear, whether it's fossil, whether it's gas, whether it's hydro, and not only give and take with them, but give and take across the whole fleet. It is a very challenging exercise in a world where there's more intermittency and variability. It's gotten harder. To answer your question directly, Chair Mitchell, that process has gotten harder because of the growing amount of intermittency and variability.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Commissioner Duffley.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I had a question with respect to, do you agree with the premise of the interveners regarding the correlation between forced outage rate and your reserve margin?
Can you be a little bit more specific?
So it's my understanding that the interveners were questioning both of you, stating that if you can lower your forced outage rate, that and that you're making improvements on the forced outage rate, that could correlate to having a lower reserved margin. Do you agree with that general premise?
I think mathematically that's probably true. I can't say what magnitude you would expect to see. And, you know, if you look at the resource adequacy study, we know at least half of the increase in the reserve margin came from nothing to do with outages. You know, and part of those outages themselves, there will always be some level of forced outage, no matter what you take. There is no perfect. And so, you know, I think, yes, if you can reduce your forced outage rate, then it is possible that you would get an improved reduction in your reserve margin, but I can't say if that would actually be material.
Okay. And, you know, from the Winter Storm Elliott Technical Conference, I understand that you cannot get to zero. And I've read the improvements that have been done, but I still have concerns about peakers and making sure the peakers are going to turn on when they need to turn on. And do you both, can you sit here today and say that there have been improvements since Winter Storm Elliott, that those peakers are going to turn on when needed?
So I'll start, and Mr. O'Connor can chime in. I am confident. I'm confident knowing what we've done post Winter Storm Elliott under the direction and guidance of this group. They were appropriate steps to manage the risk that we experienced on, you know, the 23rd, 24th, and 25th. Now, keep in mind, forced outage rate is kind of you sit back and it's a backwards looking measure. In operations, you're dealing with what's in front of you. You're kind of in that incremental, what's next, marginal world. And so when you move from what I consider more of a planning reserve margin, which is built into the CPIRP, into operating space, you transition to operating reserves. And operating reserves are built around, can you cover your largest unit? For us, 1,120 megawatts, McGuire-Catawba, for the combined space. And then can you cover your normal ramping requirements, and can you cover your load forecast error? So as I look at it, all of those things contribute to your risk. And so improvements, marginal improvements in any of those categories help. Increased uncertainty and variability in any of those components probably increase the need for reserves. So reserves are kind of an interesting thing because you start off at a planning space, and it's I wouldn't say academic, but it's planning, it's strategic. And then as you start narrowing into operations, it becomes real. And if you've not done a good job planning, looking down to what's real, you're going to put the operators in a bad spot. And I feel really good. I feel confident that this plan has that perspective built into it. I see it. As you read the documents, if you look at some of the graphics in Appendix M that show how as we increase our solar deployment, and I'm a solar fan, it has a role, it has a place. It helped us during Winter Storm Elliott in the aftermath of the peak. But as that solar increases, you can see the impact to the load patterns. You've got to have something that can chase that. You've got to have something that can fill those gaps. You can provide those essential reliability services to respond to that uncertainty and variability. And I think that P3 fall base is the right move for the company and for our customers in North Carolina.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And you predicted my next question regarding resiliency, and I think you answered that. Then I have written down because I wanted further clarification of this. You wrote sucking in energy would be non-compliant. You'd be non-compliant with NERC standards. Could you just state that again? Explain it a little bit further for me.
Yeah, sucking in energy is a non-technical term. You won't find that. The term
And
used in the
those are
standards.
your words.
Sorry. That's a small letter sucking in, not capital. NERC terms are capitalized typically. So what I mean by that is the any interconnection is dependent upon transparency. And if you buy or sell energy, you enter those transactions into a tool called the tagging tool. And doing that, it allows transparency to, okay, Duke is selling to Southern or Southern selling to Duke. And the importance of that is that allows the transmission operator function, of which we're the registered entity in North Carolina. It allows them to take, okay, there's a sale going on from Southern to Duke. We plow that into our power flow, which analyzes transmission loading, and we can manage reliability. So when we use the word reliability, the working definition is you're keeping this massive system within its limits. Voltage limits, current limits, temperature limits, pressure limits. The components of the grid are within their limits. Security, on the other hand, and I'm not talking about physical security or cybersecurity, I'm talking about grid security. It's pre-positioning the system so that when a contingency happens, it lands reliably. So you have to take steps in advance of the contingency, which you don't know when it's going to happen, so that if it does happen, the system lands reliably. So knowing transactions help that process. When you take, it's called inadvertent interchange, that is a NERC term. When you take in or put out inadvertent interchange, it's unscheduled, it's not transparent, and nobody knows it. So one, it's creating imbalance between the balancing authorities that nobody knows why. And you're injecting unscheduled, unknown energy flows on the grid. It is a bad practice. It is a non-compliant practice. And we check that intra-hourly. We check out with our neighbors hourly, and we close out the day at the end of the day to make sure we weren't doing that. So that is a bad operational practice that is with mandatory standards that is not compliant.
Okay, thank you for that further explanation. Those are all my questions.
So I have a couple of questions about a topic that hasn't been discussed yet in your testimony. That begins on page 19. And this relates to some concerns that you have referenced about major grid disturbances from inverter-based resources. And to kind of frame the question, when you talk about these major grid disturbances, I think you've also referred specifically to the 2022 Texas Odessa disturbance event. Are you referring to any recent major disturbance events that have occurred in North Carolina, or are you talking more on a national level?
I think these observations are about the national level. These come out of NERC guidance too. These events concern NERC so much that they felt that it was the impetus for them to begin developing new standards, and FERC in turn has ordered NERC and has an active process for those standards to be developed.
And we have people that have volunteered to be on those drafting teams, and if we get on them, that's great. If not, we will attend.
Okay. And you talked about the national standards that I think you just are referencing. What is the status of development or preparation of the national standards for inverter-based resources? Has that process begun at this point?
So that's an interesting question. I think the direct answer is yes, it has. And you all know that the traditional NERC standards development process can be lengthy. 2 years, sometimes 3 years. It's built that way, but because it engages the industry and it goes through a set cadence on how you do that. I think with the emergence of the transition and we talk about pace, I think FERC sees, and I think NERC does too, and this is just my opinion, they see a need to push this process a little bit. And so I think there's a FERC activity now that wants to get these processes, these standards out quicker than the normal cadence. And because of the sense of urgency from Odessa, there was an event in Utah, there was an event out west, and they're all centered around this. inverter-based resources, at least in North America, are relatively new, especially on the scale and scope that we're seeing now. We need to have the ability to commission their readiness to operate before they're given permission to operate. It's kind of like that replace before retire mentality. You want to prove it before you allow any new asset to operate. And that's generally done in other industries through some type of commissioning process. You go through a checklist. Can you produce your bars per a bar schedule, per a volt schedule? Yes. Can you regulate? Yes. You know, how are you going to respond to a frequency? The term is frequency ride through, frequency excursion. How are you going to respond to a voltage excursion, voltage ride through? And the events have typically been, and a fault happens, and faults are going to happen. You know, that could be nature related to a storm or whatever. And the way a fault is managed is fault current feeds that fault, and protective relays detect that high current, and they open the devices to isolate the fault. And it happens really quick, intra-seconds. That's the nature of relay protection. What we've seen happen in these events is that devices, IBRs in this case, inverter-based resources, have not been fully coordinated with local protection. And so they see, if you have a fault, in theory, you'll see it everywhere in the Eastern Interconnection. So they're seeing this fault, and their mindset is protect my asset. And so they trip offline. That's not always the best move for the grid. And so what NERC is saying, we need standards, we need commissioning expectations where everybody's coordinated through this protective relay process. And it's needed because what's happening in these events, a remote fault, a tree falls on the line, lines go together, any type of line to line, line to ground fault is creating this high current, low voltage scenario. And these inverter-based resources miles away are seeing it, and they're shutting off. And so when that happens, if you can't predict the fault, that could happen on a really high peak day, and suddenly you lose thousands of megawatts that you weren't expecting to lose for a fault way over here. That's a problem for a system operator. And so NERC sees that, and FERC sees that, and they're driving a process to develop standards that will be built around commissioning. Now, we've got our own process undergoing at Duke. And I think there'll be panels later that may be able to speak to that. But we're working on commissioning standards for North Carolina that'll help us stay in front of this. And we're partnering with our inverter-based resources owner operators. They don't want to trip off either.
So I think what I really want to hear is we don't have national standards yet. In 2023, I think that Duke implemented some interconnection requirements that are specific to inverter-based resources. Through our energy transition, we're going to be adding a significant amount of inverter-based resources. With our interconnection requirements, do you feel comfortable that this reliability risk has been addressed in North Carolina? Help us understand that, because you did raise lack of national standards and that we do have interconnection requirements here in North Carolina. Do you feel comfortable with where we are, or what are your concerns?
So I'm confident that the people we have working on this project are going to get us to a better place. The challenge we have is we've got, and these are rough numbers, we've got roughly 3,800 megawatts of solar already on the grid. We've got another 6,000 coming on between now and 2031. So we've got to, I feel really good about moving forward. When a new customer says, hey, we're fixing to build a solar site, here are your standards. We'll work with you to make sure you commission, work with you to make sure you get a ready to operate stamp of approval. We've also got to go back to that 3,800 and make sure they're similarly situated. So I'm confident in the discipline and the rigor of our process. We just got to get it done.
Okay.
And we're in the process of getting it done.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Tucker, I believe you have a question.
Yes, ma'am, Presiding Commissioner. Thank you. Mr. Holman, I want to compliment you on your 38 years of service, your passion and your knowledge that you have provided here. If we take your 38 years and my age, we're older than most of the coal plants. Just a couple of questions. First of all, the attorney for the Environmental Defense Fund and others have asked, when wind comes on or when some renewable comes on. If those dates slip, are we or will be dependent upon natural gas CCs and CTs to cover the reliability and resilience on the grid if those dates slip and we can't get the renewables online?
So I think the plan considers that and the plan do check adjust aspect of it. We'll be working hand in hand with the commission as we determine those execution stats, right? Yep. Witness Connor. So, and that's also the strength of a balanced portfolio of an all of the above approach. With the execution we've got going on and we'll have going on for the next 15 years in the planning horizon, it's going to be really important for us to work collaboratively with the developers and with the commission to understand your very question, that very risk. What are we going to do? It's kind of that aspect of strategy. What if we're wrong? What are we going to do? What's our plan C? What's our plan B? But as an operator, that's why I want a diverse and strong and balanced generation mix with reserve that I can take that into account. But I think we catch that more in the planning space, and then we prepare for it in operating space.
Yeah, I think that's why if you look at P3 fall base as the portfolio, we have that orderly pace so that there's time to check and adjust. There's time to correct. If something's, it's not going to happen overnight and all of a sudden a plant doesn't show up. There's going to be hopefully opportunities well in advance where we can work with the commission to formulate a new plan to replace those capabilities.
Okay, thank you. Just one more follow-up question. Mr. Holman, what kind of shape are the coal plants in? I mean, for instance, if you don't get 6,000 megawatts of solar and you only get 3,000 megawatts of solar, is it simple math to know how many megawatts of power can be produced by an older coal plant? And what is the status of Duke in keeping those in some sort of generation capability?
So I'm not a generation expert. I'll give you our operating experience in recent months, and then I think Mr. O'Connor can speak to more looking out. So if you look at this summer, and this summer has been a hot summer, I think we all have experienced that in North Carolina. Our coal units have performed as expected. We've had some derates, but we manage around those. But the key thing to remember is they're producing megawatts across the peak. That's really important. That gets all the headlines. What was the peak? But they're providing around the clock megawatt hours. They're providing capability. They're providing VARs. They're providing inertia. They're providing load following capability. They're providing regulation, ramping. And those last three, and Mr. O'Connor could speak to this, some of these plants that are in their 60 and 70 years of service, they weren't designed to provide that kind of flexible operation. They were designed to be base loaded. And our teammates on the generation side have adapted, modified, changed those facilities so they can provide that service.
So since they're base load, they wouldn't help out if something didn't come online? Are you saying that, or would you say you keep one or two of them still running to compensate until the renewables are up and running?
So in operating space, I don't think you're asking that question about operating space. You're talking more in the planning space, right? Yep. I think Mr. O'Connor.
Reliability, that if something happens.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think the plan has a rigorous coal retirement analysis that is looking at the optimal times to retire those plants.
Right.
Should there be some sort of necessity to keep them or desire to keep them running longer, that in Witness Verderama and the Dispatchable Resources panel could speak to this, but there would be additional challenges. But it would have to be a decision in the check and adjust framework.
Okay, we're almost on 12:30, so I'll be quick. Mr. Holman, with Winter Storm Elliott and certainly some natural gas transmission issues, et cetera, that cause some problems, is there consideration, and I don't know the plan, again, I'm new, I haven't been here 38 years, nor will I be, but is there, the opportunity to do some significant building of LNG storage? Is that there in the plan? where's that? Because I see natural gas as simply as a bridge fuel until, and I don't see the natural gas generation as stranded assets. I know it's not proven technology, but I think hydrogen will probably come on in the next 15 years to where they can be utilized through 2050. So, I mean, kind of with that, is there, any thought process about building more storage so we're not dependent upon merchant generators, those folks that supply to us, Transco, Williams, et cetera?
Yes, sir. So I would refer the bulk of that question to our fuels panel. Do you agree?
Yeah, so on direct, that's probably witness Verderame, on rebuttal, witness Mitchell.
Very well. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am.
And with that, we have come to our lunch break. We will take an hour break for lunch until 1:30, and then we'll come back for questions on commission questions. And then after that, it will be the Duke's Renewables and Energy Storage Direct Panel. We'll go off the record. on the record. And before we begin with questions on commission questions, are there any motions that any of the parties would like to make?
Good afternoon, Andrea Bonvecchio on behalf of Appalachian Voices.
Can you speak up just a little bit?
Yes.
Thank you.
Andrea Bonvecchio on behalf of Appalachian Voices. All parties have indicated that they do not have any cross-examination for Appalachian Voices witness Evan Hansen. And so we therefore would move that the commission excuse Mr. Hansen from attending the evidentiary hearing and that his pre-filed redacted and confidential testimony filed on May 28th, 2024, consisting of 40 pages and 8 exhibits, as well as his testimony summary consisting of 5 pages filed today, be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand at the appropriate time.
So hearing no objection, witness Hansen will be excused and your motion is allowed. And the pre-filed testimony exhibits will be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand at the appropriate time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional motions?
Good afternoon, Presiding Commissioner Kemmerer, Justin Smolowski on behalf of the North Carolina Sustainable Energy Association. After conferring with all parties have waived cross-event CSA witnesses, John O'Brien and Philip Moore. We move that they be excused from the hearing and that their direct pre-filed testimony of 19 pages and 3 appendices and the summary that is currently being filed now be moved into record at the appropriate time.
Okay. Hearing no objection, your motion is allowed and the direct testimony and summaries will be entered into the record at the appropriate time. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Ann Harvey with North Carolina Environmental Justice for North Carolina Environmental Justice Network and EJ Can. Likewise, all parties have indicated no cross for witness Yates, and I move that he therefore be excused and that his direct pre-filed testimony and summary be entered into evidence at into the record at the appropriate time.
And did you also mention a summary? Is there a summary of his testimony as well?
There is a summary filed this morning. Thank
Okay.
you.
Hearing no objection, witness Yates will be excused from the hearing and his pre-filed direct testimony and summary of his testimony will be entered into the record at the appropriate time. Okay, thank you. Any additional motions? Okay, with that, we have completed the commission's questions, so we will move to questions on commission's questions. Mr. Snyder.
Mr. Holman, Grant Snyder again from the Clean Energy Buyers Association. Before the break, Chair Mitchell asked you about how scheduled outage planning has changed over time. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and my understanding is that Duke will no longer conduct planned outages in December, and that was a commitment made in the Winter Storm Elliott docket. Is that your understanding as well?
It's subject to check. That is the plan.
Okay, and did Winter Storm Elliott prompt other changes aside from no outages in December to when Duke schedules planned outages?
I think our operating experience in Elliott informs our process as we continue to get better, continually improve. I think that's how I'd answer that question.
Okay, and did it change at all in your opinion or to the best of your knowledge, the timing of outages?
Change as a change driver, I'd say no. We always know, we've always known that timing is everything when it comes to outages, and there's a lot of moving parts and there's a lot of independent variables in outage planning. Did it sharpen our focus? Probably so. Did it fundamentally change anything? No.
Okay, and has Duke transitioned to more avoiding morning outages during the winter storm or during winter periods?
Could you repeat that, please?
Has Duke transitioned to avoiding morning outages?
Morning?
Yeah, morning outages.
So in the outage process, it's really the granularity is to the day. And so we generally look at it days and weeks, not necessarily hours. But given that the peak is in the winter, we would generally try to avoid any kind of outage across the peak.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Any additional questions on commission questions from the interveners? From Duke?
None from Duke.
Okay. Well, thank you. So that comes to the end of your direct testimony, and you may step down. And before we call the next panel of witnesses, are there any motions?
Yes, thank you. On behalf of CUCA, we would move to admit the CUCA Cross Reliability and Operational Resilience Panel Exhibit 1.
Okay. Hearing no objection, your motion is allowed. Any additional motions?
None from Duke.
Okay. Thank you. And Duke, I believe that the next panel will be renewables and energy storage. Is that correct? Okay. You may call your panel.
Duke Energy calls the Renewables and Energy Storage panel to the stand.
Good afternoon. So let's go ahead and get you sworn in. If you can place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. And do you swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Beginning with Ms. Farver, would you please state your name and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Maura Farver. I am at 411 Fayetteville Street in Raleigh.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
By Duke Energy, and I'm the State Energy Policy Director.
Can you please briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Duke?
Certainly. I am responsible for coordinating business strategy work across work streams and regulatory and policy efforts related to renewable energy as a standalone generation resource, and also when combined with battery energy storage for DEC and DEP.
Mr. LaRoche, would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
My name is Justin LaRoche. My business address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am employed by Duke Energy as Director of Renewable Development.
And can you briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Duke Energy?
Yes. I oversee the development of new renewable facilities, including solar and wind, on behalf of Duke Energy's regulated utilities, including DEC and DEP.
And Ms. Meeks, would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is Laurel Meeks, and my business address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by Duke Energy as a Director of Energy Storage Development.
And can you please briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Duke Energy?
I lead a team of project developers that is responsible for the origination and project development of microgrid systems and standalone battery energy storage systems.
And did this panel cause to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 33 pages?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to the panel's direct testimony at this time?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in the panel's pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
This panel's direct testimony did not include any confidential information, correct?
Correct.
And did this panel also pre-file a summary of its direct testimony for the commission?
Yes.
Presiding Commissioner Kimwright, I would ask that the Renewables and Energy Storage Panel's direct testimony be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, as well as the summary of their direct testimony.
Seeing no objection, the direct testimony shall be entered into the record as if given orally from the stand, along with a summary.
The panel is now available for questions from the parties and commission on direct testimony.
And it looks like NC Warren, you're first.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, folks. How are y'all doing today?
Fine.
My name is Matthew Quinn. I'm with NC Warren et al. And I have just a few questions for you. First of all, I placed right as y'all were walking up to the stand a notebook on your I apologize. Okay. I didn't mean for you to get up and get that. I appreciate it. Those are some potential cross exhibits we may look at. So first, I'd like to spend a moment speaking with you about the lead time for utility scale solar. And do y'all recall that Duke answered several data requests on that topic in this proceeding?
I believe so. Is there a particular one you wanted us to look at?
Yeah, well, won't you turn, if you could please, to NC Warren et al. Potential cross exhibit number 12, which is behind, predictably, tab 12. And do you recognize this response to data requests, Ms. Farva?
I'm generally familiar with it, but I did not actually respond to this data request.
You are generally familiar with it. Okay.
Mr. Quinn, before you go any further, would you like to identify your exhibit, please?
Yes, and thank you for interjecting and reminding me that I need to do that. I would like to identify this potential cross exhibit as NC Warren et al. Cross Renewables and Energy Storage Panel Direct Exhibit 2.
And can you identify again what the proposed cross-examination exhibit number is?
It was proposed exhibit 12.
Okay, it will be so identified.
Thank you. All right, so there's a sentence I'd like to ask you about, and it's in the middle of the paragraph. It begins solar project development. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So this sentence says solar project development from RFP solar procurement solicitation to in-service is approximately 4 years. And then there runs on from there. But did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Now, were you, I can't remember if I asked this, but were you involved in the development of this response to data request?
I reviewed it, but I did not write this.
Okay. When you reviewed it, did it seem correct to you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether there are subsequent responses to data requests which Duke made in this proceeding, which called into question whether or not that 4-year total is actually a longer lead time than just 4 years?
I'm not sure what data requests there were specifically on that topic, but that there can be a range of in-service dates for solar of any particular vintage.
All right. Well, then, if you don't mind, if you could now look at tab 13, this is NC Warren et al.'s potential cross exhibit 13.
And Mr. Quinn, do you want to identify that exhibit as well?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. I would like to identify this potential cross exhibit 13 as NC Warren et al. Cross Renewables and Energy Storage Panel Direct Exhibit 3.
Exhibit 2 or Exhibit 3? Are we not on Exhibit 2?
I may have inadvertently with our last exhibit called it Exhibit 2 then. I think that should have been Exhibit 1.
Okay, so let's go back and make sure that we're clear. Can you state the exhibits that you have identified, and let's make sure that we're clear on the exhibits.
And do you want all the exhibits over the course of the last 2 days or just with this panel?
Just with this,
Okay.
just with this panel,
Just-
please.
So then earlier I identified NC Warren et al. Cross Renewables and Energy Storage Panel Direct Exhibit 1, which was potential Exhibit 12.
Correct.
Okay. So now I apologize for misspeaking. With this exhibit that we're now looking at, it's potential Exhibit 13. So I'd like to identify this, please, as NC Warren et al. Cross Renewables and Energy Storage Panel Direct Exhibit 2.
Okay. It will be so marked as Exhibit 2.
All right. So I apologize for my flub on identifying exhibits, which was my fault. So just to get us back to where we were, see if I can get some rhythm. a moment ago, we looked at an exhibit which gave an estimated lead time for utility scale solar of approximately 4 years, right?
That's right.
Okay. Now, we're looking at another exhibit that I just identified for the record. And have you seen this data request before?
Yes.
Okay. Were you involved in the preparation of this data request?
Yes.
Okay. And when you completed it, you believed your answers obviously were accurate.
That's right.
Okay. So I'd like to call your attention then to subsection B. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So we can read it together if you want, but my understanding, and tell me if you disagree, but my understanding is at the time you completed or you assisted with the completion of this data response, you were not sure when 2023 solar RFP winners would actually interconnect.
That's correct.
Okay. So it could be beyond 4 years.
Some of them, potentially.
Okay. You know how many?
I do not.
Do you know how long after 4 years that some of them could be?
No, the actual interconnection agreements of these projects have not yet been signed. So when we concluded the 2023 RFP, we had a phase 1 study complete for interconnection. And this phase 1 study is based on a much bigger group of projects than ultimately are selected as winners. So it's an estimate, but then that estimate gets refined in the phase 2 process. And then ultimately the interconnection agreement is the best estimate of when those project in-service dates would be.
So just to make sure I'm clear about this, a number of these projects could have a lag time of more than 4 years.
I don't know that I would characterize it as a number of these. Well, I guess it's how do you define a number of? Some of them may, but we also know that some projects had executed interconnection agreements already. And so we know that those are coming online earlier. Some of them end of 2026 or beginning of 2027.
If you could please look at subsection C of this same exhibit.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to read this. Let me know if I read it correctly. It is not yet clear when the 2024 solar RFP winners will interconnect. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So again, for both 2023 and 2024, Duke just isn't sure when that interconnection will be able to be accomplished, right?
We don't know which projects are selected yet for 2024, and the bid window hasn't even opened yet. So it is certainly premature to understand what the exact in-service dates would be for these theoretical winners.
Well, I certainly understand that. But then in the next sentence, you provided some more detail about a projection interconnection. Did you not, ma'am?
The next sentence is talking about the goals of the RFP and when we're seeking projects to connect by. So, I mean, as you know, there are a variety of in-service dates for any crop or cluster of projects that go through the interconnection process. And so we are aiming to select projects that have closer in-service dates.
Okay. And so it sounds like the goal in the 2024 solar RFP, I mean, the goal, not a projection of when it's going to actually happen, but just the aspiration is an interconnection by November 30th of 2029, right?
There is a preference for those projects.
But I mean, of course, you understand that projects could go longer than that, right?
Sure.
Okay. Do you have any familiarity about how long it takes to interconnect behind the meter solar?
I'm not very familiar with the timelines for behind the meter solar. I focus primarily on transmission and distribution connected solar.
Are you sufficiently familiar to be aware that the interconnection time for behind the meter solar will be considerably less than what's being described in these data responses we're looking at?
I am not an expert on the topic. I suppose that would not be surprising to me. The scale of those projects is very different, obviously, from a transmission connected solar project.
Are you familiar with, in your role with utility scale solar as a witness and working at Duke, are you familiar at all with transmission grade updates that are required for utility scale solar projects?
The network upgrades associated with solar projects I'm generally familiar with.
Okay. Then I would ask you to please turn to tab 5. This is NC Warren's potential cross exhibit 5. And for the record, I would like to identify this as NC Warren et al. cross renewables and energy storage panel direct exhibit 3.
It will be so marked.
Thank you. So I see you actually, you authored this response to data request, did you not, ma'am?
That's right.
Okay. There's a sentence I'd like to talk to you about, and it's the second sentence in your response. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. So we can read it for the record if you like, but I mean, basically, I think what you're saying is that an assumption in Duke's analysis is for utility scale solar, there's a 20 to 21 month lag time for projects without significant network upgrades.
Yes, it takes about 20 or 21 months for a project to interconnect if there are no significant network upgrades associated with that project.
And would you agree with me, ma'am, that most utility scale solar projects do require some sort of transmission upgrade?
I think it's very case by case. So right now we have many transmission upgrades that are in the works, both through our RZEP projects and also through contingent facilities from prior clusters. And so sometimes a project will be dependent on one of those contingent facilities. But I do think it's a very case by case basis as to whether or not a network upgrade is needed for a solar project.
But can we say, agree, a meaningful number will require a network upgrade?
I'm not sure how to define a meaningful number, but it happens often in solar procurement space.
Okay. And so for those requiring these upgrades, the lag time is going to be more than 20 to 21 months. Is that true?
It might be.
Is there any plan that some of these utility scale solar projects are going to require not just network upgrades, but actually new transmission lines?
I'm not sure.
I'll say that for another panel. If you could turn to NC Warren's potential cross exhibit number 6. This is behind tab 6. And I would, with the commission's blessing, like to identify this as NC Warren et al. Cross Renewables and Energy Storage Panel Direct Exhibit 4.
And potential cross exhibit 6 will be so marked as exhibit 4.
Thank you. Is anybody on the panel familiar with this response to data request?
Generally familiar, but I think this is probably most pertinent to the transmission panel and Witness Roberts.
Okay. I mean, based on your role with Duke, are you sufficiently familiar to acknowledge that the most common long lead component in a transmission project is transformers and high voltage breakers? Is that something you're familiar with?
I would prefer to defer to the transmission panel about the details of the equipment.
If you could then turn to potential cross exhibit 7 behind tab 7. And I would like to identify this as NC Warren et al. Cross Renewables and Energy Storage Panel Direct Exhibit 5.
It will be so marked.
Thank you so much. Are you familiar, is any member of the panel familiar with this response to data request?
Generally.
Okay. Like to, you see in the second paragraph of the response, there's a sentence that begins among.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to quote that and then ask you some questions about it. So follow along, make sure I read it right. It says, quote, among the 7 transitional cluster transmission interconnection facilities that executed interconnection agreements in 2023. The earliest facility in service date requested by the developer is 24 months from the IA execution date. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. So that, you remember earlier we were talking about a 20 to 21 month lag time?
Yes.
A 24-month period quoted in this response to data request is a few months beyond that, isn't it?
Yes, but I would note that was the earliest facility in service date requested. And so that doesn't necessarily mean it could not have been completed in less than 24 months. Witness she was the respondent to this question, and so she might have more to add.
I mean, are you familiar with the fact that all 7 of those facilities required network upgrades?
I'm not familiar with those specific 7 facilities.
Does that surprise you?
That I'm not familiar with them. I mean, I wasn't focused on the
Okay.
transitional clusters.
Sorry, that was a poor question,
No.
obviously. That does it surprise you that all 7 of those facilities cost network upgrades?
As I said, it's a case by case basis. And so every project is different.
You could turn to potential cross exhibit number 12. And I'd like to identify this as NC Warren et al. Cross Renewables and Energy Storage Panel Direct Exhibit 6.
Sorry, Presiding Commissioner, I believe this has already been identified as Exhibit 1.
You're right. I'm sorry. Yep. No, I've already addressed this. I apologize. Okay. Thank you. All right. Those are all the questions I have at this time. Thank you.
And so SACE, I believe, is next. Is that correct?
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kemright. That sounds right to me. This is Nick Jimenez for SACE et al. So I was trying to follow along just now, and I heard you all saying, there is some uncertainty about when a generator procured in 1 year will ultimately connect. Is that fair?
Yes, at the time that they enter their interconnection request, there's certainly plenty of uncertainty.
When a project wins a procurement and doesn't connect on the anticipated timeline, it just has to wait and interconnect later on. Is that about right?
So when the RFP is completed, we have estimated in-service dates, but for the 23 procurement, it's based on a phase 1 result. And so that, as I mentioned, that estimate gets refined as it goes through phase 2 and eventually moves to its interconnection agreement. And then there are certain circumstances where a developer will request an extension, and we try to work with the counterparty to find a date that's agreeable to both.
Okay, so that makes sense. That sounds like a little bit later on.
Sometimes.
Okay. That'll do it on that. If you would please turn to Appendix I and page 6.
I'm there.
Do you see in the second full paragraph where it says, and this is kind of a chunk, so I'll just read it for convenience. Many solar developers are deciding to secure their supply of batteries and solar components by purchasing products multiple years in advance, increasing early stage cost and development risk, while providing a pipeline of equipment to develop and execute projects in the future. These developers are competing with utilities who are adopting the same tactics to secure equipment and materials. A result of the increased competitiveness to acquire batteries and solar components is an increase in manufacturing and delivery lead times of key components, modules, batteries, transformers. Did I read that right?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So Duke sees itself as competing with developers.
Duke
I'm happy to
Energy,
answer, but
yeah, I think we'll take this as a panel. Duke Energy certainly competes with IPPs. We compete with other utilities for battery products. We even compete with the EV market.
So yeah, we have equal demand for the same supply that we're all trying to secure, right, for projects that we're equally executing.
And I'd say that we're doing our best to be out in the supply chain, right, day to day, and understanding what opportunities there are for the best supply, what risks there are, and we're working to mitigate those with our supply chain experts.
Is that all? Okay. And so you all are aware that there is a ownership split in House Bill 951, 55% Duke ownership, 45% third party.
Yes.
yes, so these projects do not compete head to head in the RFP. This is specifically referencing where equipment is sourced from and just recognizing the need that not only IPPs are searching for equipment, but Duke is also seeking to procure its equipment as well.
Now, if you would please turn to page 8 of the same appendix. Do you see the last sentence where it says, for the solar projects it owns, Duke Energy is actively engaged to help alleviate these resource constraints, issuing solicitations, building supplier relationships, and evolving best practices?
Yes.
And I read that right.
Yes.
Okay. So doing this exposes developers of projects Duke will own to the same increased early stage cost and development risk that it cited, does it not?
No, I mean, I think again, we have the same goal of executing our respective portfolio projects within reasonable and desired timeframes. And we're typically procuring that equipment around the same timeframes.
Okay, but it sounded like the same, activities were exposing, third-party developers to this risk, and Duke is doing this here. Wouldn't the same sort of principle apply?
I guess it's a better reflection of just the volume of renewable projects going on in the Carolinas and recognizing securing the equipment for that is a critical element.
And I think this, excuse me, last statement and the statement on page 8 are more to illustrate what are some of the potential risks for any developer in the space, whether it is an independent power producer or Duke Energy. And we're facing some of the same challenges and all working to address those challenges.
Would it be fair to say that doing this, what's described on page 8, is one way that Duke is competing with the third-party, the developers of third-party owned projects for those, resources that we discussed?
I don't know that I would use the word competing because we don't actually compete head to head in the RFP. So it is one way that Duke Energy is addressing these risks. And I assume that other developers are trying to address similar risks, but I'm not familiar with all the details of their business.
Would it be fair to say that those activities, call them competing or not, would contribute to increasing lead times as discussed on page 6?
Not necessarily. I mean, I think if you're going out for equipment, letting the market know that that equipment is in high demand is one way that the market will then prepare greater quantities of that equipment. So just because both Duke Energy and independent power producers are all going out for this equipment does not necessarily mean that we are creating a shortage. It could actually be signaling that there is a greater demand, and so supply should be increased to meet this added demand.
And in the context of the market today, I'd say that Duke Energy and, independent power producers are procuring a very small portion of available supply for the needs of North Carolina customers.
Yeah, I think these are global, right, trends, certainly seen across other US markets. When you look at our RFP volumes, right, I think if you just look at the volume levels is seeing what the need is, right, the demand, regardless of whether Duke buys it or a third party buys it, right, it's all tied to those procurement volumes. So that competition is going to be there regardless, right?
So, given the explanations you've just given, would you say the concerns you expressed on, or rather the companies expressed on page 6 are overblown?
I think what's described on page 6 is really just to flag sort of the world of potential risks. I mean, every resource type in our portfolio has its own set of risks. And so we're just trying to identify and characterize what we're watching out for on the solar front.
No further questions.
So from my list, there's no additional cross-examination from the parties. Is that correct? So we will move to redirect from Duke.
No questions on redirect.
So we are going to take a 10-minute break before we come back for questions on commission question, or excuse me, we're going to take a 10-minute break before commission questions. So we'll come back on the record at about 2:17. So we'll go off the record. Let's go back on the record. And before we begin with commission questions, Duke, I believe that there is a motion that you would like to make.
Yes, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerer, thank you. As the commission's aware, there were a limited number of parties that had questions for this panel on the rebuttal phase of the case. We've conferred with counsel for Sigfer and counsel for Stace et al., which are the two remaining parties. They have determined that they would allow the panel to address questions on direct and would waive their planned cross-examination on rebuttal. And if there are no objections or any concerns from the commission, at the close of their testimony today, we'd ask to excuse the panel and have their pre-filed rebuttal testimony and exhibits be entered into the record.
Okay, I'm hearing no objection.
At the appropriate time.
Okay, at the appropriate time. So I think that, Mr. Barshort, why don't we, I see no objection from any of the parties for excusing the panel after their testimony today, so they do not have to come back for separate rebuttal testimony. But what we are going to be doing for commission questions is we're going to be changing the process that we've done thus far, and we're going to be asking both questions on direct and on rebuttal. So before we do that, would you like to make a motion for entering testimony on rebuttal, pre-filed testimony on rebuttal into the record?
If you'd allow us to get our ducks in a row to do that and perhaps ask your commissioner questions, we could do that at the end just to continue to progress. That would be most appreciated. Let's just. Would you prefer us to enter the pre-filed testimony in the record so you could then ask questions on it? Is that your?
Yeah, I would prefer to have the pre-filed testimony entered into the record, and then the commission can ask questions on direct testimony and rebuttal testimony. And if you need a couple of minutes.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah.
And as a matter of procedure, Chair Kimmerer, or Presiding Commissioner Kimmerer, would we just ask comprehensively for their pre-filed rebuttal testimony and to be entered in the record as given orally from the stand? They're already sworn and have appeared, and the questions we can represent are accurate as presented. So streamline all this to have it entered in the record as pre-filed.
That's correct. And your motion should also say to have it entered into the record at the appropriate time.
At the appropriate time, yes. And there were no exhibits to the rebuttal testimony, as I recall. So
that's correct. There's no exhibits, and I see no objection from any of the parties for this procedure.
Very good. Well, that would constitute the company's motion if that suffices to keep this moving along. Thank you so much.
So I will grant Duke's motion to have the rebuttal testimony consisting of 31 pages filed on July the 1st of 2024 from the Renewables and Energy Storage Panel, entered into the record as if given orally from the stand and entered into the record at the appropriate time. So with that, we have both direct testimony entered into the record, and rebuttal testimony will be entered into the record at the appropriate time. So we will move to commission questions on both direct and rebuttal testimony. Chair Mitchell.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's just go ahead and plow through this. Good afternoon. A few questions for y'all. A couple of questions on onshore wind, a couple on interconnection, probably for Mr. LaRoche, and then a couple on procurement, solar procurement for you, Ms. Farber. All right. Onshore wind, y'all have provided a lot of testimony and information in the carbon plan related to the efforts for onshore wind targets that are identified in the plan. Your rebuttal references a siting study that should be finalized late summer. Have y'all finalized it yet? If not, can you give us an idea of when it will be final?
Yes, we have completed the siting feasibility study, and that was largely influenced a lot of the modeling assumptions and volumes. And the key takeaway from the siting study is establishes a reasonable siting potential to support the 1.2 gigawatts as identified in the near-term action plan. We're then continuing to use that siting study as our basis of selecting which sites do we want to pursue development on. We're still in the early stages of that process. We have been softening the ground in onshore wind. We've been prioritizing those identified sites, beginning those initial outreach to those shortlisted counties. And we're preparing to advance those stakeholder engagement steps this fall for our first round of targeted sites.
Okay, so you actually anticipated some of the questions I was going to ask you. Okay, so specifically your testimony does say a short list of sites suitable for development. So that's what so you haven't finalized that yet, or have you?
So it's a living, breathing, right, list. As we learn more about these sites, we continue to enhance the siting study and the evaluation of those sites. The other key aspect of the execution for onshore wind is we're bringing on a development services provider to complement our internal resources. So we're having them evaluate the siting study as well, as they'll have slightly different lenses, right, to the sites identified, the viability of them, the trade-offs and attributes. Then as we continue to get feedback of boots on the ground in the community, right, from the counties, from stakeholder assessments, do these continue to look to be promising sites? So I envision that list of ranked priority sites to be evolving as we continue to be boots on the ground with our efforts.
Okay. When will you initiate efforts with the counties, with the local governments?
So we've started, I'd say, the first round with select counties and sites. As we continue to take those conversations deeper on location specifics, that'll continue to evolve. I think the higher level milestone that we're shooting for with this efforts that are going on now is to enable us to submit projects into next year's interconnection cluster study, into that 2025 interconnection queue, and beyond, right? The work that we're setting sites now may hit 26, 27, right? Based on our ability to secure enough site control.
So for that first tranche, the goal is to submit for the 25 DICES, which is when is that submittal deadline? June or?
Correct, end of June. Yep. So the 1.2 gigawatts is broken up into 3 tranches. So using the execution development timeline that we developed, which supported the resource availability, right, assumptions in the modeling, is 300 megawatts in 2030, by the end of 2030. So online by January 1. And in order to hit that timeline, we want to be in the 25 interconnection queue.
Okay.
If we miss that milestone, I think just being able to hit that first year of availability starts to become more of a compressed timeline.
Okay. The company's asked for $65 million towards development or pre-development expenses associated with this particular resource. And your testimony goes into the component, what you all plan to spend, the items you plan to spend on with respect to offshore wind. Can you sort of go beyond what you've already said in your testimony to help me understand it seems like a lot to spend at this point in time, sort of given the activities that you all are undertaking. Help me understand, where this money is going.
Sure. And you said offshore wind, but I think we meant
I'm
onshore,
sorry,
right?
I meant onshore wind. Yes, thank you.
And that estimate was developed, right, in the initial filing. Certainly, I think if we were to update it today, it might look a little bit different. But it's largely the anticipated cost to be incurred between now and the end of 2026 related to securing site control. So the cost of real estate agents, right, in these communities. We recognize that's the first step, right? Getting site control. We anticipate these projects being as large as they need to be from an acre standpoint. There'll be a number, right, of easements and lease agreements that are in place. We'll then have costs underneath those agreements and due diligence fees, which are common for renewable development. And then the cost to go through the interconnection study processes, right? Those would be in flight through the end of 26. And then a slew of environmental and site investigation studies for wetlands and habitat, right? Birds, bats would be an important multi-year study process. And then that'll enable us to begin the permitting process. We understand that'll be critical path. And we'll want to parallel but stagger it a little bit start working on the county permitting, state permitting for North Carolina sided facilities, and then federal permitting as well.
So this expenditure, the funds that you've requested the commission authorize the company to expend, would you be, you've testified about studies that you all would need to do on these sites and sort of initial permitting work, et cetera. Are you going to be spending this money on sites that you all to inform your decision as to which sites you want to secure for purposes of developing? Or are you spending after you've already made the decision that this is the site or sites that you want to go with?
It'll be a little bit of both. We continue to spend some money to refine the siting study to ensure that we're selecting high quality sites that have the best probability of success. That requires us further due diligence. For example, some sites that we've identified may need interaction with the military to better understand what mitigations may need to happen. But the biggest part of that budget, one, it assumes that in order to get 1.2 gigawatts out of the bottom of the funnel, we're going to need to seek 3 times, 4 times that at the top of the funnel. Right? Not all sites that we start, boots on the ground, stakeholder engagement, landowner engagement are going to be able to hit those early milestones, and we'll halt development on. But the biggest part of those 65 million is sites that you do secure, that you are spending money with real estate agents. You're doing Met Tower campaigns. You're doing bats and birds surveys on.
You all provide testimony regarding outreach you've done with developers, onshore wind developers. There have been developers interested in North Carolina in the past, and there have been developers that have actually developed here. Are you, in terms of assessing wind resource potential onshore in North Carolina, are you having to start over? Are you able to take advantage of any of the assessment that's already been done?
And even think when we look at the history of onshore wind in the Carolinas, very limited of that was within our balancing authority, right? I think prior pursuits were mostly along the coast. So yeah, I think it's a new virgin territory within most of our service territory, which is good, right? Most of the counties that we're engaging with don't have wind ordinances yet. And we get to collaboratively work with them to see what are those appropriate design requirements, development requirements. So I don't know if I'd say we have to start over by any means, but I'd say we have a clean slate, right, in many respects.
Okay. You did say don't have wind ordinances yet. I mean, we recognize that there are challenges that exist with respect to trying to site facilities like onshore wind, solar facilities. In the conversations you've had with local governments, has any been receptive to the idea of onshore wind, or has the reception been negative? I mean, what can you tell us about how this has been received?
I'll preface it that conversations have been relatively high level so far with county staff and officials to gauge the pulse of what do you think about onshore wind. We haven't gone to them with the detail of what do you think about wind in this particular location, right? So the conversations and feedback may evolve. But so far, I think we've received relatively positive feedback from a number of targeted counties that we've initiated discussion in. And again, that list of which counties we're talking to will evolve as we refine which sites we think pose the best technical siting characteristics.
Okay. What can you tell me about the company's internal resources that have experience with onshore wind? I recognize the company has spun off, Big Duke spun off its subsidiary that developed and held projects such as onshore wind facilities. But are any of those people still with the company that can provide their expertise to this endeavor?
Yes, we do have a limited number of employees that were formerly a part of the commercial unregulated group that have onshore wind experience. Further, we have other internal, maybe back office resources that supported the commercial group. And then obviously we're a very well accomplished renewables developer from a solar standpoint. And that's part of also our plan to bring on a development services provider to complement those internal resources and expand those capabilities, both from a resource standpoint, allows us to scale up, scale down right as needed. And then we're taking advantage of their competencies, their experience, their knowledge base.
Okay. All right. I want to switch gears on you, Mr. LaRoche, the surplus interconnection. So the public staff, specifically Mr. Thomas, testifies regarding the public staff's desire to see the company pursue or explore, investigate the potential for using interconnection or, transmission capacity at sites where you all are taking generation out of service. And the company provides some testimony in response to that, and I recognize the settlement agreement addresses that as well. But what can you tell me in your experience with the company about the feasibility of what Mr. Thomas is recommending? I recognize you all are going to study it and look forward to reading about what you all what materializes out of that study. But is this a possibility, and have you already pursued it in certain sites, and are you pursuing it right now at other sites that we might not yet know about?
Yes, so I'd say we have evaluated company-owned land previously from a solar siting potential standpoint, not necessarily from a surplus standpoint, but if you don't have the land for it, surplus doesn't give you much benefit. I am happy to say that there have been some fruitful projects that came out of that. One of the 2022 RFP winners is the Robinson Solar Facility in Chesterfield and Darlington County, South Carolina, that is sited on company-owned land adjacent to the Darlington CT plant and Robinson Nuclear Facility. And then, yes, we do have other projects that are sited on company-owned land adjacent to existing generation facilities.
Okay.
I'd say the potential is small just due to the land constraints. So without acquiring more land rights adjacent to sites, adding sizable utility scale solar next to those adjacent facilities will be somewhat limited.
And I'll build off that to talk to the applicability of using surplus or generator replacement for standalone storage. Standalone storage is much less land intensive than solar, right? And so we've actually found great opportunities to use surplus and generator replacement processes for storage already. And we're going to continue to look into that per the public staff's recommendation. And some examples of that would be our Allen 2 battery that's using existing interconnection out of the Allen plant, and also our Warsaw and Monroe batteries that are sited and being retrofitted next to existing solar sites. So it's a great idea, and we're going to continue to look at it.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Farver, what can you somewhere, and I can't remember where, you provided an update on the 2023 procurement. Any additional information on, okay.
I believe my rebuttal testimony covered the 2023 finalists at that time, but it was all very recent. So there's been a little bit of an update to that. There were some projects that chose not to accept their win. And so then we went to the reserve list and invited additional projects forward. And so ultimately we have 1,412 megawatts of new solar and solar paired with storage. 742 megawatts is solar only, and 670 megawatts is solar that's paired with about 253 megawatts of storage. So we're very close to our target. Our target was 1435, and we got to 1412. And with that 1412, we had that volume adjustment mechanism so that if the weighted average price was different than the reference cost, we could shift up or down. And after a few projects had declined, that brought the price up a little bit. And so when we hit 1412, we did not pursue an additional project because the price difference was more than 10% higher.
Okay. So my recollection, and I don't have your rebuttal in front of me, but my recollection is you had to go 3 deep into the reserve list. Does that sound right?
I believe I think it might have ended up being 4 deep ultimately.
Okay. And so did all of those projects that were on the reserve list, did they accept?
One of the reserve list projects did not accept.
Okay.
Which is why we went to the 4th project in the reserve list.
Okay. So just over 1,400 megawatts of capacity, is that right? Is that where we, okay. Okay, thank you for that update. Is it too early for you to share any thoughts about potential attrition in the 23 procurement?
Probably.
Okay.
I will say the IE's report will be filed by the end of the month. And so that will have a lot more detail about the process and where things stand. I think the good news is all of our 2022 RFP winners are still moving forward. And so we're, a year in and nobody has chosen to withdraw or terminate from that 2022 cycle yet. So hopefully that bodes well for our 2023 cycle as well.
Okay. Ms. Farver, there are a handful of projects that are in South Carolina that have entered into contracts with Duke through the QF contracting mechanism. So I think it's a 10-year QF contract. What can you tell me about sort of the level of interest in engaging with Duke as a QF as opposed to going through the RFP?
It appears that there's very robust interest in the RFP, given the quantities of bids that we've seen. So I think that's a very good sign for the RFP. There are a handful of projects that have pursued the standard or negotiated PIRPA contracts, and I think more in South Carolina than in North Carolina. I don't have the stats handy, but the 22 procurement, the 23 procurement, both had more than 4 times our target quantity in bids. And so I think that's a very good sign that there is a lot of interest being driven to the RFP.
And I don't disagree with you. But I'm just sort of trying to understand, as I understand the standing offer in South Carolina is a 10-year PIRPA contract versus a 25-year contract that a winning bidder would receive through the RFP. So what is it about getting that 10-year? Can you speculate for me about why a project would pursue a 10-year contract versus, going through the process to eventually land, a 25-year contract with the company?
I also struggle with that question. I think there might be an opportunity if a developer thinks that there is a particularly high REC value, that could supplement the price that they're paid through PIRPA. If they think there's, some off-taker for those RECs that's willing to pay a very high price. But I am not aware of other reasons why it would be more attractive to pursue that 10-year rather than a 25-year contract.
Okay. What can you tell us about sort of administrative burden of the RFP process for the company? We're now a couple of rounds deep into conducting these competitive procurements. Assume starting with the CPRE and now we're in 22, 23, and you're in the midst of 24. Is it getting easier? Is it getting more complicated? What's the experience like from where you sit?
I think there are some aspects that have become easier as we become more comfortable with it. And there are some aspects that become more challenging. So adding solar plus storage was a huge challenge in the 2023. We were developing an entirely new contract type. There was a lot of stakeholder engagement about what they were seeking in terms of contract, what Duke thought was reasonable in terms of contract. So the whole evaluation process by incorporating the solar plus storage track, I think, was a significant piece of work. So there are some elements that, we're now, a well-oiled machine with our IE for certain aspects of it. But as it continues to grow and evolve, new pieces, I think will continue to certainly be difficult the first time through. I think use of a resource solicitation cluster sort of falls in both categories. There are many advantages to doing it, but also that was an adjustment to the process. And so timing wise, working with our transmission planning department, using that information and trying to do some iteration with our resource solicitation cluster. It was the first time that we were doing that in the 23 process. So there is a learning curve for each new piece that comes into the RFP.
Okay. So 23 was the first RFP for which you all used that resource solicitation cluster. Is that correct?
Sort of. There was a CPRE tranche 3 that had a very small resource solicitation cluster. But this was the first large cluster for the entire RFP of this scale.
Okay. The initial version of the settlement that came into the commission involved a provision that pursuant to which the public staff and the companies agreed to study the repowering of distribution tied QFs that have contracts that are expiring within X number of months.
That's it.
Do you remember that? And that my recollection is that Mr. Thomas's testimony addressed that issue on behalf of the public staff. And so that appears to have been something that the company and the public staff agreed to as part of the settlement. Is that right? Okay. And then the settlement, another version of the settlement came in that amended that provision to sort of, from what these are my words, expanded the scope of what you all would look at to include more than just those distribution tied QFs. And it kind of goes well beyond that scope of work. Is that correct?
I think the number of topics that are specifically delineated did grow a little bit.
Okay. What's your recollection of the additional topics you're going to study?
To your point, I think there was interest in not just looking at distribution connected, but also transmission connected. I think there might have been added reference to how this would impact the interconnection process, or if any interconnection waivers are involved. I don't have the settlement in front of me, but
It's okay.
Yeah. And I think the initial settlement, it's an agreement to further discuss these topics, and it wasn't meant to be limiting, but I think as other parties joined, there were, certain topics they wanted to make sure were included in those discussions. And so we are happy to continue the conversation.
Okay. Well, my hope is that you do continue the conversation with focus on those distribution tied QFs, because there are a lot of them, and I'll leave it at that. The one sort of related topic for you, and if you're not the person to address this, that's fine. You can just tell me that. At some point in time, several years back, the commission revised the interconnection standard to allow for the addition of energy storage to an existing interconnection request. Does that sound familiar to you?
Yes.
Has that provision been utilized? Have there been interconnection customers that have sought to have their interconnection agreement revised to accommodate storage?
I am not aware of any of those PIRPA contracts that sought the storage retrofit pathway.
Okay, so if the company, and Mr. Lurish, you might know this too, I mean, if the company were to add storage onto an existing solar facility that's in service at this point of time, would that be a first? Would that be a new thing for the company?
Well, actually, we are pursuing a few projects, and Witness Meeks can probably expand on that we have some existing Duke-owned solar that is transmission connected that we're seeking to add storage at.
Yes, so I can elaborate, and I'll take you back to the two examples I spoke about earlier, the Warsaw and Monroe batteries. Those two batteries are using surplus interconnection study process to be retrofitted or added on to an already operating utility scale solar system. There are opportunities for us to do a net new interconnection as well to add storage to solar if we want to increase the export capacity. But today, surplus has been a great idea for us.
Yeah, those solar facilities were part of, even before CPRE, those were early Senate Bill 3 facilities built in like 2015, 2016 timeframe that we're now adding batteries to them now, primarily underneath the surplus, but yeah, certainly technically feasible.
Are those distribution level?
Transmission.
They're transmission. Okay. And you might have said that. I'm sorry. And then one last question from an operational standpoint, to the extent that you all know, for a facility like that, where you're adding storage to the solar facility, who's controlling the way that facility functions? Is it happening at the DCC or the ECC level, or is there a plant person that's in charge of how that facility is operating?
Well, there's the Regulated Renewables Operations Center, which will be operating that facility remotely every day and dispatching those units. And they are able to be dispatched not in tandem with one another, but actually independently. And then the Regulated Renewable Energy Organization does the boots on the ground maintenance and makes sure that the assets are up and running.
Okay.
And to add on to that, the solar plus storage projects that are coming in through the RFP, those are all dispatchable by our ECC.
Okay.
And so I think this is one of the questions to be discussed about the future of these smaller, particularly distribution connected. It's going to be a different process entirely to have ECC be able to dispatch distribution connected resources. And so there's a lot, I think, of work to be done in how that communication takes place.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate your responses to my question. Thank you very much. And that's all for me.
Commissioner Hughes.
Chair Mitchell asked most of my questions. So just a quick question. Ms. Meeks, were you here for the IRP and near-term panel testimony?
I heard some of it, yes.
Well, we had I think the Mr. Neal asked some questions about battery costs.
Yes.
And there was some back and forth, and I realized that there's battery costs in your bailiwick and also in the model for the modeling folks. I'm just curious. You're on the front lines. We're all hearing a lot of noise about batteries. Do you have anything further to add about prices of batteries, what you're seeing out there, what your prediction is?
I'd love to elaborate there. And let me start with the process for how we got to the generic unit summary costs for standalone storage. So those are derived at a point in time. It's a snapshot in time from the Guidehouse tool, which is an industry tool. It aggregates a number of sources on battery costs and allows us to understand trends and projections and those costs over time. We actually do benchmark internally those Guidehouse costs with real-time market data. So my team, who's out in the market every day soliciting bids from EPCs and equipment providers, looks at those Guidehouse costs and says, let's check or adjust, right? That was a snapshot in time that was utilized for modeling, and it will change over time. And if we can just speak to the comparison of those generic unit summary costs with the NREL ATB battery cost projections, what I'll say is we really just need to make sure we're talking apples to apples. And I have a sneaking suspicion that the NREL ATB costs and the generic unit summary costs are actually apples to oranges, right? And we want to make sure that every component of costs is included in those industry sources. And sometimes every component of cost isn't, right? They are baked into the generic unit summary costs. And I'll also add that battery storage systems can be designed in various ways, right? There are various engineering designs. And so that's just another way that these industry data points and our generic unit summary costs can be apples to oranges.
I appreciate that. We're seeing a lot of costs going up. Some of those ATB numbers are really, warm our heart. They're going down. I mean, just a general gut feeling is the trend maybe not quite as positive as the ATB showed, but is it, a positive thing that we can look forward to?
Well, I've been around in storage long enough to see costs go both up and down. And some of the trends that I'll speak to are post-pandemic. We did see a period of increasing cost, and today we're seeing a period of decreasing cost. And that'll fluctuate over time, and we'll normalize that, right, over time with a projected cost trajectory, which I anticipate will decline over the long term.
I'll take that. Thanks.
Commissioner McKissick.
Good afternoon. A couple of questions on the onshore wind. So I suppose Ms. LaRue should be the one I should address these to. I gather, based upon what I've read in Duke's testimony, you're looking at doing this wind in 3 tranches, essentially, with the ultimate goal of getting, I guess, 1,200 megawatts online. As I recall, the dates were 300 by January of 31, 450 by January of 32, and 450 by January of 33. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right. Now, from reading testimony, it looked also as if you were modeling, and when you were modeling, you were looking at a average hub height of about 120 meters.
Yes.
Now, based upon information I've read, that height, is highly dependent upon the terrain, the site, likewise, what you find out when you go out and do this study.
It's largely, I think, hub height is to optimize the economics and resource of an individual site. So as we move traditionally west in the United States, you don't need to go as high, say at closer to 100 meters, to get sufficient adequate wind speeds north of 6.5 meters per second annual wind speeds. In order for us to, the higher we go in Carolinas, the better of a wind resource we're going to see. So thus why we believe we need to go, we're going to go higher. We need to go to 120. And there still are projects being built today that are at or slightly above that 120 meter hub height.
But you think, based upon the potential sites that you're looking at now and other ones you'll evaluate, that's realistically a height that will be utilized through the Duke territory?
Yes, I do. And again, that hub height will be optimized on an individual site basis. Obviously, the higher we go up, stronger wind resource, more steel, right? Construction costs are going to be a little bit higher. You potentially have more conflicts with military aviation. So it'll largely be an optimizing the economics. Is it worth chasing higher wind speeds? Do I need to go up higher, or can I hit my overall economics at a lower hub height? That'll be one of the early pieces of information we want to gather site specific, is put up Met towers or put out LiDAR cubes to measure the wind speed on an individual site. When we looked at multiple data sources as a part of that siting feasibility study, and you see a pretty wide range, at least relative to wind speeds, for the same exact location and the same exact hub height, just looking at different data, there'll be a meter per second difference. So that just means we need to get out in the field. We need to measure the wind speeds at individual sites to determine whether they're continually going to be feasible or not.
And in terms of the study that's going to be conducted, study or studies, how is it anticipated at this time that information will be gathered? I mean, is it intended that there would be some type of request for proposals or something that would go out where you would select a consultant or someone that would be engaged to collect some or all of that data? Or is it intended that this would be done in-house? Can you provide me with some clarity about how you anticipate that might be conducted?
So just taking a step backwards,
Sure.
From the stakeholder engagement that we did following the last CPIRP with onshore wind developers, we concluded that if we were to issue an RFP to procure onshore wind like we do for solar, there's going to be no projects to choose from, right? Developers don't have projects in their pipelines today, nor are they likely to make the investment to develop in the Carolinas. It's not a hot market for them to dedicate resources to. So onshore wind is not going to materialize without a proactive approach and involvement from Duke. So we will be leading the development. We will be initiating wind speed, measurement campaigns, environmental studies, on these sites that we ultimately initiate development on, and we're able to get partnerships with landowners. Yes, we'll largely outsource, We're not going to install the Met towers ourselves. So we'll continue to competitively procure those services on behalf of the projects that we source, and we're already starting to think through, who are we going to use to be able to do those types of activities.
And among the data I gather would be collected would be the wind speed, the output profile, hub heights, annualized annual capacity factors that would contribute to the, I guess, the summer peak and winter peaks, as well as updated cost information on the levelized cost of energy. Now, other than those factors, what additional factors in terms of data that you will attempt to collect and gather would be involved in the study or studies you contemplate moving forward with?
So in addition to those, there's just a number of site investigation studies you need to do in order to develop and build on an individual site. Wetlands, for example, right? We need to know where the wetlands are to avoid, mitigate, build around, or know what our impacts are going to be. Species surveys is another big one. All of those site investigation, geotech, right? What's the soil going to look like when we go to design these foundations, which will drive to cost. So there'll be a series of information needed, gathered through studies, individual to a specific project that'll be used to just permit that project. Right, when we go to the county to get a conditional use permit, if we have to rezone, right, we're going to need to be able to speak to the environmental attributes, the viability of a site. Same, right, federally and state-wise. All of the information we gather from individual sites that we initiate and are doing development on, we'll use to inform and update the IRP modeling assumptions on cost, hub height, performance, right, those attributes.
Okay. And I believe in your rebuttal testimony, you indicated there would be some list of sites developed by the summer of 2024. Has that list, in fact, been compiled at this time?
Yes, we have prioritized the sites identified from the siting feasibility study. That list and ranking is living and breathing as we continue to scrub and enhance that data analysis behind it, and collect more feedback on individual sites as we continue to be boots on the ground with individual sites. What's the feedback from county leadership, from the community, from landowners, right? Or can we even get enough interested landowners on individual sites? We're just early on in that process, but in my head, I envision our list of identified sites, that prioritization will be living and ongoing and adjusted as one of the sites we felt really good about. Say we can't get enough landowner interest, right? We'll go down to the next one and start working through it. Or as we continue to address concerns with military conflicts, right, on some sites,
Sure.
The prioritization just may continue to change.
And it's my understanding that you would contemplate that this study will be completed by some point in 2025, about a year down the road. Is that right?
So the siting feasibility study is complete.
Okay.
We studied all of North Carolina, all of South Carolina to identify potentially feasible sites that could host at least a 50 megawatt facility. And then we started to refine and prioritize those sites, vet through them, right, at a more detailed level. Distance to transmission, transmission capacity, looking at the ordinances, right, do they have an ordinance or not, ranking the wind speed or what we think, right, the wind speed may do, to, again, just continue to prioritize what we think are going to be the most viable sites. So the siting studying is done, but we continue to enhance and refine the siting to pursue what we believe are high-quality sites. The trade-offs, right? There's many trade-offs between individual sites that will continue to balance.
That helps a great deal. And do you believe it's feasible to go beyond this 1,200 megawatts? I mean, to really go up to, say, 1,800 megawatts in that same time frame. What are your thoughts about that based upon the research you've done at this time?
So I think the plan that we've developed to pursue the 1.2 is a balanced plan. It's both aggressive compared to where we are now and the history of onshore wind within our balancing authorities, while still being reasonable. We do believe that there's the siting potential, right, based on the siting study and the sites that we've identified to meet that need. And that's still all desktop, right? We still have not got them permitted yet and got landowners on board. We recognize that'll be a key challenge. And then we've agreed with public staff to continue to evaluate the feasibility, right? I think we're just a little too early on to say, yes, 1.2 gigawatts is achievable when we haven't hit the first major milestone of getting the first round of projects in next year's interconnection queue or the 26 interconnection queue. So that'll be a part of that check and adjust, right, based on our progress, based on the progress of sites we've identified, Can we get landowners on board? Can we get them permitted? Does the top of the funnel continue to support that?
That's helpful. It fills in some of the voids that were in the back of my mind from reading your testimony. Thank you.
Certainly.
And Commissioner Brawley, did you have questions?
Thank you, ma'am. This actually arises out of the previous panel, and there was a phrase that was used in discussing the transitions in the morning and the late evenings about a growing amount of intermittency and variability. And I'm thinking this is referring primarily to solar, less so wind. And I was wondering what steps Duke is taking to keep that intermittency and variability from destabilizing the network.
Well, this is certainly a good question for our experts in modeling. But one of the tools that we can use is battery storage to be able to balance those low-cost intermittent renewables. It's very flexible. It's very quickly dispatchable. And so storage is a natural complementary resource when we're thinking about the addition of those intermittent renewables.
I'd like to ask you a follow-up on batteries. The possibility that batteries can be distributed and then would be closer to the consumers, which might eliminate some of the transmission requirements. You can fill the batteries off peak and they're ready when peak comes up. However, this puts you a lot more control points. How much difficulty is there in distributing batteries as a way to have a peaking resource close to consumption?
Well, this is a great question for me to take a first stab at. And then I would point you also to our grid edge witness, which is witness DUF. But let me take a first stab that batteries are a great distributed resource at multiple scales. Both behind the meter, right, and also in front of the meter. And the way that we're looking at front of the meter or utility scale, utility tied storages, it is easier to site directly adjacent to load. So we're looking at several batteries that are right near our major load centers, like our Nightdale battery in Wake County that will serve our Raleigh community. So it's an excellent idea. Batteries can also be, as you said, a great solution for helping transmission operators and deferring transmission investments. So we're looking at that utility scale. And I'd, again, encourage you to ask Witness DUF a little bit more about the more distributed behind the meter assets as well.
Okay, thank you.
And I just have a couple of final questions for the panel. Ms. Farber, for you first, this deals with solar procurement. And there was quite a bit of testimony, especially among the interveners, about interconnection limits for solar resources. And the information that was provided was that transmission outages was one of the limiting factors, excuse me, for being able to interconnect levels of solar resources that many of the parties have been advocating for. What I believe that Duke in their, I believe, direct and rebuttal testimony had talked about that more solar could be interconnected if we could avoid as many transmission outages. And one of the ways to do so would potentially be by having larger megawatts of solar facilities. So that's the context for the question. For the solar procurement, and I know that you testified in regard to Chair Mitchell's question that we're going to receive a report on the 2023 solar procurement in the next month from the IE. But can you talk about a general trend for larger megawatt projects being bid into the solar procurements, getting up to, say, 80 megawatts?
I don't have all of the stats in front of me. But I can say there were 2 projects that were selected as winners for the 2023 RFP that are over 80 megawatts. One of them is 275 megawatts, and I believe the other one is 100 megawatts. So I think that's good news that there is interest, and there are projects that are being cited that are that large, because sometimes just finding contiguous plots of land of that size can be a challenge. So I think that's good news. And as far as, using larger projects to achieve higher annual limits, it can go both ways. So if you're thinking about per outage, how many megawatts can I get on? I think that a larger project would help that calculation essentially. But sometimes larger projects also come with more network upgrades. So it's not always a shoo-in that a larger project is going to have the same amount of outage time required. So there's a lot of piece parts that go into it. It's not such a one-to-one correlation of bigger project means same outage time and therefore more annual megawatts interconnected. There are various components that will impact how many projects can be connected in a year and the size and scope of those projects.
Well, that's helpful. So I think what I'm hearing from you is that testimony that having larger projects could be a way of being able to interconnect more solar, that could be a solution toward these solar interconnection limitations, may not, in fact, be the solution that I guess I was thinking it might be. Am I understanding your answer correctly?
That it's one component, but it's not necessarily the whole story.
Okay.
I will add on one other thing. In our stakeholder process leading up to the 2024 RFP, we were considering increasing the minimum project size to also try to encourage larger projects to connect. And so we did make that change in DEP for our 24 RFP. The minimum project size is now 40 megawatts. It used to be 20. In DEC, we heard from stakeholders that siting is often more difficult in DEC to just find those larger areas of land. So we kept the same 20 megawatt minimum for DEC, but we think that's another way to try to encourage larger project size by increasing the minimum.
And in the DEP, was there any concern among the market participants about was this universally, or I should say, did the market participants generally agree that increasing the size to 40 megawatts was a good solution, or was there any concern about increasing the size from 20 megawatts to 40 megawatts in DEP territory?
The only feedback that I recall was that DEC was problematic, and I do not recall hearing any issue with DEP minimum changing.
Okay. And then I did have a question. This is on page 30 related to batteries. And talks about how the majority for batteries are 4-hour lithium batteries, but you reference the long duration energy storage project for Bad Creek 2. And then the one that I wanted to get some more information about is the proposed project for Mayo, which would be use of pumped CO2 storage with a 10-hour duration. And you mentioned that it's recently submitted an application to go through the 2023 DISIS study, and that it has an application with the long duration energy storage demonstrations with Department of Energy. And so my question is can you tell me a little bit more about this project, and then what this application process for long duration energy storage demonstrations with DOE, and is this project dependent upon this application with DOE?
So thank you for that question, and I'm happy to.
Presiding Commissioner, can you just clarify, is that page 30 of the rebuttal or direct?
This is page 30 of direct testimony.
Thank you.
I've got it. Thank you so much. So I'm happy to elaborate a little bit more on what we're doing with long duration storage and then give you an update on that Mayo long duration storage project. So we're actively looking at long duration storage in a number of ways. One is through techno-economic studies, understanding what the capabilities of these new technologies are, and also through testing at the R&D scale, at the kilowatt scale, right, to see and validate what the parameters are of these new storage technologies. That's because we know long duration storage is a part of our future in the medium or long term. Now, one way that we were exploring prudent development of a long duration storage at the megawatt scale was this Mayo battery project. And we were excited about the technology and testing it. And so we submitted an interconnection queue request on existing land at our Mayo plant simultaneous with a application for a federal cost share and a buy down of that cost for customers. Today, unfortunately, the project has been suspended because of the results of those two application processes. We did receive higher than anticipated interconnection costs back through the study process for a relatively small project. And we also did not secure funding from the federal government for a buy down of cost. And so we determined that on behalf of customers, it wasn't the most prudent way for us to invest in long duration storage today, but we're still keeping an eye out for how we can do that.
Okay, thank you. And then just to make sure that I'm clear, other than Bad Creek 2, are there any other long duration storage projects that Duke has underway at this time?
We do have a project underway in Duke Energy, Florida territory that is a long duration storage and non-lithium technology.
Okay, thank you. Let me see if there's any additional questions from the commissioners. Commissioner McKissick.
And this would go to Ms. Meeks. I've read about these iron air batteries. I guess Form Energy is in the forefront of developing them. And I know there are some utilities that have received grants or awards to begin the testing and operation, and some should begin this year. But I haven't heard much or any discussion of it within the context of Duke. What are your thoughts about iron air batteries? Have you explored them? Have you looked at them? I mean, they have apparently up to 100 hours of storage capacity. So could you provide some insight, because you certainly seem to be the appropriate person to do so?
Well, I'm happy to share that I am familiar with Form Energy. And unfortunately, I'm not able to pick a winner today in the long duration or non-lithium space. So I can't say that Form Energy is either highly promising or not promising at all, but I can say we're continuing to keep an eye out on that technology as well as several others that may be promising for us in the future. And we do that through something called an emerging technology assessment team, and also with our emerging technology group, right, that operates testing facilities out in Mount Holly, North Carolina. We are leaning on other utilities through our peer industry groups to understand where they're testing long duration and non-lithium technology, and we'll learn from them and share our learnings so that we're not duplicating pilots.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's the end of commission questions. So we will begin with the interveners for questions on commission questions. Mr. Neal.
Thank you, David Neal, appearing on behalf of SACE et al. Given the question from Commissioner Hughes, to I believe it was Ms. Meeks addressed about the price of battery costs, referencing the exchange that I had with the IRP NTAP panel yesterday. Are you familiar with the question that Commissioner Hughes asked?
Yes.
Given that he referenced that exchange, I thought it would be more appropriate for me to ask this follow-up question. In your response to Commissioner Hughes, you said that you suspect that the comparison provided in SACE et al. Cross IRP NTAP, pardon me, direct supplemental confidential exhibit 9, that you suspect that it might be an apples to oranges comparison. Have you had a chance to review that exhibit?
I have seen the exhibit that you presented, and I had a cursory review of the most recent NREL website that takes into consideration and projects those costs.
And so you're aware that the comparison we made was from the CapEx that Duke was using in Encompass to the CapEx that NREL was using?
Yes.
And that we were looking at overnight capital costs that Duke had from the GUS compared to the overnight capital costs that NREL used in its ATB.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay. Now, you also said in your response that you said that Duke benchmarked the guidehouse numbers that it used when it updated the price for batteries with market data. Do you recall that response?
Yes.
And is the Wood Mackenzie Energy Storage Monitor the kind of market data that Duke would review when doing that benchmarking?
We do actually look at the Wood Mackenzie market monitor, yes, but the market data that I spoke to that we benchmark with is actual as-bid numbers from EPCs and equipment providers in the industry.
And so that, but you confirmed that Woods Mackenzie's Energy Storage Monitor is one of the sources you would look to in addition to that kind of market data.
It is a benchmark source that we look at, yes.
Presiding Commissioner Cameron, I'd like to mark one exhibit for purposes of this question. It would be, you won't have this binder. It would be our first binder. It's SACE et al. Potential cross exhibit 3, which I would ask to be marked SACE et al. Cross.
I'll go ahead and provide the title for it. It will be SACE et al. Cross Renewables and Energy Storage Direct and Rebuttal Testimony Exhibit 1, which we're referring to potential SACE Exhibit number 3.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, let me navigate there. SACE Exhibit 3.
I'm sorry.
Fuel assist, thanks.
5-minute rush. I misspoke. This.
Okay. I'm there.
Sorry, I forgot how we numbered our binders, but the exhibit number is correct. So you'll see this is a news article that references the latest Energy Storage Monitor report from Woods Mackenzie dated March 20th, 2024. So this is after Duke's benchmarking that we were just discussing. You would agree, correct?
Yes, this is after the benchmarking that we performed for the initial and supplemental analyses.
But just to give a snapshot in time since then, if you can read the from this reporting of the Woods Mackenzie report at the top of the second page, can you just read that first full paragraph across all segments? It's on the second page.
Yes, across all segments, the U.S. energy storage industry deployed 8.7 gigawatts, a record-breaking growth of 90% year over year. The nation deployed 4.2 gigawatts in Q4 2023, and California and Texas installations accounted for 77% of Q4 additions, said Wood Mackenzie.
All right, and this is the last question I'll have. If you can just go to the passage under the bar charts where it's the Q4 2023, and you would agree that's when Duke made its adjustments to battery storage prices was in Q4 of 2023, correct?
Yes, we did take a look at battery prices in late fall, Q3, Q4 of 2023.
Then if you could just read those last two, well, at the bottom of the page, starting at Q4 2023.
Q4 2023 was extremely strong for the U.S. energy storage market, helped by easing supply chain challenges and system price declines. And I'd love to elaborate there. I said earlier that I've been around long enough in the storage industry to see price increases and price declines, right? And we are seeing today a trend downward. And we'll capture that when we do our next analysis of generic unit summary costs to the extent that it coincides with the snapshot in time that we take. We're excited about the downward trajectory of battery costs. And we can't forget that there were periods of increasing costs that were captured in some modeling runs, including the initial and supplementary analysis. They were accurate at the time and what we were seeing as bid from real equipment and EPC providers.
And I'm sorry, I was going to ask you to keep reading. I'll just read that last part. The storage boom has been supported in part by drastically lowering costs. In Q4, battery prices declined rapidly, in large part due to lower than expected EV demand in the US and EU, and due to an oversupply of battery-grade lithium raw material. Have I read that accurately?
You did read that accurately.
Thank you. I have no further questions. You're free to elaborate.
Sure, we're looking forward to capturing those cost savings for customers as we move forward.
Thank you.
Public staff.
Thank you. Tom Felling for the public staff. Good afternoon, Ms. Meeks. Do you recall the question that Commissioner Kimmerite asked you about the CO2 energy storage project?
Yes.
And I think if I captured your response correctly, the project was assessed a very large interconnection cost for such a small demonstration project. Was that partially your response?
Yes, I did state that.
And do you know if Duke considered using a surplus interconnection request for that project at that site in order to avoid such system upgrades, even if it meant that no net additional capacity would be provided to the system?
We are actually continuously evaluating ways to interconnect to energy storage at the Mayo facility and at other plants. At the time of the interconnection request, we did use the DICES queue, and we'll continue to evaluate surplus or generator replacement in the future. But no, for that particular long duration storage project, we didn't evaluate that because we wanted it to serve as a capacity resource for the benefit of customers.
Thank you for that. No further questions.
Any additional questions from the interveners? Okay, questions from Duke?
No questions.
Okay, so at this time, I'll receive motions, but when the parties and specifically for NC Warren, because we had direct and rebuttal testimony. So when you identify your exhibits, let's have them be identified as NC Warren et al. Cross Renewables and Energy Storage. Renewables and Energy Storage, direct and rebuttal, since we now had testimony on rebuttal.
Okay.
For
Thank you.
consistency for the record.
So then, thank you very much. Then I'd move the commission to admit into evidence NC Warren et al. Cross Renewables and Energy Storage Panel, direct and rebuttal, exhibits 1 through 5.
Okay. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed.
Thank you.
Okay. And Sace?
Yes, thank you, Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite. SACE et al. Would move into evidence. SACE et al. Cross Renewables and Energy Storage Panel, direct and rebuttal, exhibit 1.
Okay. Seeing no objection, your motion is allowed.
Thank
And I don't think that Duke had any exhibits to admit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So with that, there was a motion earlier to have this panel be excused at the end of your testimony. So thank you for your testimony, and you may be excused.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you.
So Duke, I believe that the next panel is going to be long lead generation and pump storage hydro panel. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, at this time, Duke Energy calls the long lead generation and pump storage hydro panel to the stand.
So before the panel gets situated, we are going to go ahead and take a 10-minute break. So when you come back, we will get you sworn in and we'll begin with your testimony. We'll go off the record and come back on at 3:40. Back on the record. Good afternoon, gentlemen. And let me go ahead and get you sworn in. If you can place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right hand. And do you swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
You.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll begin with Mr. McIntyre. Mr. McIntyre, can you please state your full name and business address for the record?
My name is Mark McIntyre. My business address is 411 Fayetteville Street, Raleigh, North Carolina.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Employed by Duke Energy, and my role at the company is Energy and Environmental Affairs Director for the North Carolina jurisdiction.
And for the record, pursuant to the Commission's July 22nd order, you have adopted the testimony of Mr. Cliff Pompey, correct?
Yes, I have.
Can you briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Duke Energy?
Sure. My role really involves supporting external engagement as it relates to environmental permitting and energy policy matters in North Carolina.
Thank you. Mr. Capps, would you please state your full name and address for the record?
Stephen Capps, 13225 Hager's Ferry Road, Huntersville, North Carolina.
Thank you. And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Duke Energy. I am the Senior VP of Nuclear Operations.
Thank you. And can you briefly describe your role and responsibilities at the company?
I am responsible for the executive oversight for the safe and reliable operation of our 6 nuclear units in South Carolina. I am also involved in providing oversight for the operation of our 5 nuclear units in North Carolina. And then I also provide oversight and input to our new nuclear development group.
Thank you very much. Mr. Smith, would you please state your full name and business address for the record?
Yes, Benjamin Smith. My address is 525 South Tryon Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28202.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Duke Energy. I'm employed by Duke Energy Carolinas LLC, Generation and Regulatory Strategy Director.
And can you please briefly describe your role and responsibilities at Duke Energy?
Yeah, my responsibilities include developing strategic decisions, preparing business cases, and also work on new generation projects, including but not limited to the Bag Creek 2 facility.
Thank you very much. I'm going to direct these questions to you, Mr. McIntyre, on behalf of the panel. Mr. McIntyre, did the panel cause to be pre-filed in this docket direct testimony consisting of 30 pages and 1 exhibit, which was amended and replaced by Commission order on July 22nd, 2024?
Yes.
And do you have any changes you need to make to your direct testimony at this time?
No.
If I were to ask you the same questions today that appear in your pre-filed direct testimony, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
Can you confirm for me that the panel's direct Exhibit 1 does contain confidential information?
It does.
And did this panel pre-file a summary of their direct testimony for the Commission?
It did.
Thank you. Presiding Commissioner Kemmerite, with that, I would ask that the long lead generation and pump storage hydro panels direct testimony be entered in the record as if given orally from the stand, as well as the summary of their direct testimony. Thank you very much. And I would also ask that their confidential direct Exhibit 1 be pre-marked for identification to be entered in the record at the appropriate time as well. Thank you. The panel is now available for questions from the parties and Commission.
Avangrid, your first step for cross-examination.
Thank you.
Apologize, I have a lot of tabs open. Good afternoon. My name is Ben Smith. Ben Smith, always good to see. Not enough of us, I say. I represent Avangrid. I also represent Environmental Defense Fund. I'm actually hoping that with some of these questions, I'm going to be able to cover for both of my clients that go through. So I know I have marked 45 minutes for Avangrid and 30 for EDF, but hopefully I can cut down on that EDF. I'd like to talk to some issues particularly relevant to offshore wind. And so I'd ask you to open to Chapter 4 from the application on page 11, and I'm looking at Table 4-2. You haven't heard that.
I would assume that's the mission plan.
Yes, that's right.
Can you repeat the page number, please?
Sure, I apologize. It's page 26. And this is the Chapter 4 execution plan.
Almost there.
No worry.
Page 26. There's a specific spot on that page?
Yes, table 4-11.
Got it.
Okay, so this table has two sort of bars that or rows, I should say, that are in dark blue highlight, near-term actions 2023 to 2026, and then intermediate term actions 2027 through 2032. Is that right?
I see that.
And the first row for 2023 indicates that the companies plan to submit findings of the WEA comparative analysis. Is that referring to the offshore wind study, which you all provided as Exhibit 1?
Yes, I believe it does.
Okay. Moving, moving on to the next portion for 2024 to 2026, you say, or I'm sorry, the companies report that they're going to actively monitor the United States market and supply chain development to inform optionality. Can you explain what the companies are doing currently as we're already into 2024 and what they plan to do through 2026 to actively monitor the United States market and supply chain development to inform their optionality?
Sure, I'll give you some examples. I think first it's important to remember when this direct testimony was filed. Offshore wind was not a selected resource in the initial filing in August of 2023. And so through the balance of 2023, the companies, to the point here, were actively paying close attention to developments within the marketplace. There are a number of things that happened in 2023 late in the year that have informed our thinking on the resource, particularly as it relates to supply chain. So as an example of some of those types of developments, Ørsted, for instance, realized a $4 billion impairment related to projects that were not developed or proceeded with in the Northeast. I believe Avangrid, your client, also paid a penalty to essentially cease consideration of a offshore wind project in the Northeast. Another example of a change in the market condition, Siemens Gamesa was planning to build a $200 million offshore wind blade finishing facility in southeastern Virginia to support CVOW. That did not happen. So these are all examples of the types of things happening in the market that we pay close attention to, and we actively monitor the market on a routine basis to inform our thinking on this resource in support of this proceeding and future proceedings.
Thank you. Those are all pretty negative things that have happened in the offshore wind marketplace. Have any positive developments occurred?
Well, certainly there are there are reports out on a relatively regular basis about improvements, particularly as it relates to wind energy vessels, crew transfer vessels. So there's been progress made in the area of vessels to support offshore wind development. Certainly, as it relates to inflation, we've heard utilities and developers in the Northeast negotiating new PPAs that include inflation adjustment mechanisms. So some of the projects that were impacted late last year as a consequence of inflationary pressures are back on some level of track. So I would characterize those as positive developments.
Okay. Find what I'm talking about so I don't lead you astray. Just 1 second, I apologize.
So since then, you all have developed, or since the filing of the initial application, you've reassessed demand in the future, and the new modeling and the supplemental analysis has shown a 2.4 gigawatt offshore wind need. And the companies have settled with some parties, which we'll talk about during the settlement portion of the hearing. How does that change this portion of the application? And I think you've spoken to it a little bit, but how does that change to this portion of your execution plan for offshore wind?
I think as part of that supplemental planning analysis and the updated NTAP, we identified the pursuit of what we're calling an acquisition request for information, which is essentially a sharpening of the pencil, if you will. The original RFI was ostensibly intended to gather enough sufficient and verified information for our modeling teams to assess the potential for offshore wind development during the planning horizon as a selected resource. The next step in this process is really the development of this so-called ARFI. That ARFI is going to provide significantly more information than was provided during the RFI. There were notable sort of data gaps, I would say, pieces of information that would be necessary for this commission to determine the viability of offshore wind moving forward in the future. Things like project structure, project acquisition, how do risks get shared between developing parties? What are the development costs associated with various projects? So the updated NTAP does recommend this so-called ARFI for the purposes of gathering better information, updated cost information, so that this commission can fully understand the viability of offshore wind in the context of this proceeding.
Thank you. And just to be clear that we're on the same page here, the company's modeling and also the modeling for the public staff both show a need for 2.4 gigawatts of offshore wind.
That is correct.
Okay, I'd like you to move to page 25 of the direct testimony.
I'm there.
On page 25, companies take the position, I don't have the line here, but it says the offshore wind market is a new and developing industry in the United States with very few operational wind turbines. Do you see that? I can find the line if you don't.
I am on page 25 of the direct, and I do not see that specific reference, so I'm not sure.
I will find the line. It is the first line of the offshore wind section, first answer, beginning at line 13. The question is, Mr. McIntyre, how is Duke Energy incorporating offshore wind resources into its efforts to comply with the requirements of HB 951?
I see that. And what was the beginning of the sentence you referenced?
The next two lines say, in part, the offshore wind market is a new and developing industry in the United States with very few operational wind turbines.
I've got that.
Okay. What do you mean by very few?
Well, as I understand, as the market exists today, there are less than 500 megawatts of operational offshore wind turbines delivering energy to the North American grid. Of course, there are the Block Island facilities. I think there are 5 turbines operating off of Block Island. Dominion Energy, with their pilot facility for CVOW, operates two turbines. That's 7. And then there are a number of other projects that are under construction. I can't speak to the total number of turbines, but in totality, I would argue that 500 megawatts or less of operational wind offshore in North America constitutes a pretty small number.
You'd say 500 megawatts or less is very few.
Yes.
Okay. One you didn't mention is the South Fork offshore wind facility, which I believe is operational beginning this year and utilizes 12 turbines and totals 132 megawatts capacity. You're familiar with that project?
That's my understanding of that project, yes.
Okay. And then going through a couple other projects, are you familiar with the Vineyard Wind project, which has an 806 megawatt capacity and scheduled to be fully operational this year?
I am familiar with Vineyard Wind because it's been in the news in particular lately.
Okay. And the Revolution Wind project, which has a 704 megawatt capacity and which is scheduled to be fully operational next year?
Yep, also under construction, that's correct.
Okay, and finally, you referenced the CVAL pilot project. Are you familiar with the full-blown CVAL project, which is expected to be provide 2.6 gigawatts of offshore wind capacity and expected to be fully operational by 2026?
I am aware that they have begun construction, but do not have operational turbines other than the 2 pilot turbines.
Okay. Moving to page 27 of your direct testimony, please. One second, I'm going to get the line. Okay, it's actually the question. I apologize. It looks like the question begins on 26. The question states, the commission also required the companies to evaluate the WIAs, the wind energy areas, and include best estimates of all relevant costs to acquire and develop a WIA and compare the WIAs on a similar basis to one another. And in your response, you answered how the companies acquired that information. I want to follow up on that question and ask whether you believe the companies evaluated and included in their evaluation, quote unquote, all relevant costs to acquire and develop a WIA.
I think the answer to that would be no.
And how would you define what it means to acquire, develop as stated in the question in your testimony?
Maybe you could repeat or rephrase the question.
Sure. Beginning at line 12, the question from in your direct testimony is, the commission also required the companies to evaluate the WIAs and include best estimates of all relevant costs to acquire and develop a WIA and compare the WIAs on a similar basis to one another. I'm wondering how you all defined acquire and develop in that question.
Well, I mean, in this particular case, I would say acquire was supported by our IE, our independent evaluator in this case, DNV Energy. We worked closely with DNV to identify the types of things that would be needed to evaluate any particular WIA. And then DNV, through a confidential process, worked with each of those developers to vet that information, verify that information, and then anonymize that information in such a way as we, the regulated utility, could not identify any particular project or WIA area so as not to provide a benefit to one over another.
Got it. And I'm hearing acquire, but I'm not really hearing develop. Are you saying that the developmental costs of those WIAs to result in an offshore wind facility were incorporated in that analysis?
There were no developer fees that were identified as part of that process. The developers declined to provide that level of information during that process.
Can you define developer fee?
The cost that a developer would incur to develop a project through some sort of a procurement process.
Okay, so depending on what the sale or the procurement looks like, it could be either full asset acquisition, or it could be some sort of development deal.
Sure.
Okay. And I'll stop there. All right, moving to page 28 of your testimony, direct testimony. So on beginning of page or line 9, are you there?
Yeah, I think my page numbers are a little different for some reason. So I'm.
If I could, just as a point of clarification, when we substituted Mr. McIntyre, a revised version of the testimony was submitted. That's the version that's been entered in the record. So that could be the source of discrepancy or page numbers if you're looking at the original direct testimony.
You know what I'm looking at is the red line. So that's probably what the discrepancy is. If you give me just a moment,
Sure.
I can pull up the correct.
Thank you.
And the only reason that I was using the red line is to make sure that I didn't use the old one, but I will make sure I have it.
And Mr. Smith, when you identify the page, will you identify it as pursuant to the originally filed direct testimony versus the red line so that we can be clear for the record of how you're going to be identifying the pages?
Yes, I can. I can do that. I believe what I'm going to do is move to I suppose I thought was the current version, but I might have missed it, might not have been accepted into.
May I clarify?
Yeah, please clarify.
So there was the initial version filed with the initial filing in August that had as a witness Mr. Cliff Pompey. We submitted a replacement version of that testimony with the sole change being the addition of or substitution of Mr. Mark McIntyre. That is the version I think would be most appropriate to work off of. That was the version that was accepted by the commission on July 22nd. When we filed it, it also included a red line, but I think for clarity of the record, the version that was entered into the record is the clean version accepted by the commission on July 22nd.
Okay, let's make reference to the extent that you're able to, Mr. Smith, to page numbers for the replacement version that was filed with the commission that is not the red line version. To the extent that you're able to do so.
Yes.
And we will do the best we can to follow.
I'm pulling it up now, and I do apologize for the confusion. Okay, I think I have the right one. Okay, so I'm moving to page 26 of the current version of the long lead generation and pumped hydro storage panel direct testimony incorporating Mr. McIntyre. Okay. There's a question here. Says the commission further require the companies to evaluate the WIAs include a comparison of the levelized cost of energy to the point of injection on Duke's energy grid. And then it says, can you describe how the companies complied with this requirement? What I want to know is, well, actually, I'll just sort of ask generally, can you explain exactly what the companies did with getting the information and sort of evaluating the LCOEs from the different wind energy areas? And I would prefer to stay out of confidential information. I'm more talking about a process than results.
So let me caveat my response by saying I was not involved in the WIA analysis and I was not involved in the calculation of LCOEs. Now, that said, our organization's system planning and operation team did calculate LCOEs for various project scenarios. Those project scenarios were submitted confidentially to DNV Energy. And then the way that DNV did their work was they essentially anonymized all of those scenarios. They assigned a number to those and they aggregated data in such a way as that we, the regulated utility, could not identify what particular WIA any of those project scenarios were associated with. And then, as noted, our system planning and optimization team, using the data provided by DNV in that anonymized fashion, using some aggregated information and sort of random number assignments to those WIAs, calculated as LCOEs for each of those project scenarios.
All right, and in your answer to the question there, and specifically beginning on line 6, I'm going to focus on this quote. The companies found that in general, the larger capacity projects are estimated to have a lower LCOE. This result was expected as significant efficiencies of scale can be realized in offshore wind developments. For example, in general, as turbine units are added to a project, the energy production per unit remains the same while CapEx, DevEx, and OpEx cost per unit decreases. Can you give us a little bit of what exactly that means in terms of what I'm hearing is the larger the project, the more opportunity that there is to scale, like a lot of generation. But you say particularly for offshore wind. So can you describe what you meant there?
Yeah, I think it's important to acknowledge that these are costly endeavors. As an example, Dominion Seaval project is a $9.8 billion project. They're contemplating 176 turbines offshore. That requires significant mobilization, significant resources to secure for the purposes of tower installation, turbine installation, blade installation, and the like. And so on a per unit basis, it certainly, you do realize economies of scale up to a sort of diminishing return threshold with the larger projects that you deploy.
And it sounds like based on that quote that Duke and I guess through DNV utilized CapEx, DevEx, and OpEx in assessing the offshore wind energy areas. Is that right?
That is my understanding.
And the numbers that were used for CapEx, DevEx, and OpEx in those offshore wind energy area study, do you know if those are the same inputs that were used in Duke's modeling? And I can ask Mr. Snyder this if you.
Yeah, that's a modeling question. I wouldn't know the answer to that.
And would it be fair to say that, you know, given the overall cost of these projects, while there are a lot of different costs that are associated with it, CapEx, DevEx, and OpEx are the primary economic drivers in valuing an energy generation asset?
I would say they are certainly the sort of the chief quantitative values that you'd consider, but I would argue that there are a myriad qualitative factors associated with the development of any particular WIA, any particular offshore wind project that could impact any one of those various cost numbers. So while yes, I view those costs as certainly the predominant quantitative figures, I think there are a host of qualitative reasons that might favor one project over another.
But if you sort of build the CapEx, the DevEx, and the OpEx into a wind energy area, you know, preliminary development ideal or portfolio that you're looking at, you can assume at least some of the sort of pricing that would be involved. And then after that, it just becomes what are the details involved with a deal with the developer, right?
I mean, I think that's generally true. However, I'll also just say that this WIA analysis was generally conducted for the purposes of calculating a generalized LCOE that could then be used for the purposes of resource selection. So we have obviously cost numbers and cost information in the sector, but they were not specific to the Carolinas. And so the WIA analysis was, again, a high-level technical and financial evaluation for the purposes of calculating a generalized LCOE that was then used to provide input into modeling and identify the extent to which the resource would be selected, among others.
So when you're looking to procure any other sort of asset on behalf of the companies, and if this is outside your scope, just let me know. But to me, it seems as though we're talking about procurement. So kind of call it the way I see it and to say, do you consider all these outside factors each time that you consider purchasing, I don't know, a build, own, transfer solar unit or storage or any other asset that the companies intend to use?
I do not have any direct responsibilities as it relates to project procurement, so I can't directly answer that question.
Oh, okay, thank you. Right, I can move forward a little bit. I'd like to move on to, I gotta make it the right page. Okay, 16, line 16 on the same page. Says NCF also has a significant impact on LCOE. Can you explain what NCF is for the commission and why it has a significant impact on the levelized cost of energy?
I although it's not defined in the document, I assume NCF stands for net capacity factor. And certainly net capacity factor would play a role in the LCOE for any particular project. Recall that what we're talking about here is essentially the percentage of time that any particular resource is providing energy to the system. So in the case of offshore wind, in this particular analysis, I believe that the net capacity factors for the various project scenarios ranged anywhere from roughly 36% to perhaps 40 to 41%. So that variability in net capacity factor can impact the extent to which a project is delivering energy.
And subject to check, you all in your modeling assumptions assumed a 40 to 41% capacity factor for the offshore wind studies or sites.
Yeah, subject to check and confirmation from our modeling panel, I believe that's correct.
I will say that, well, no, I'm going to scratch that. Have you had the opportunity to review any of what Avangrid Renewables has filed in the docket?
I'm pausing because I'm trying to recall among all of the various interviewers, all of the testimonies. I don't know that I have. I can't represent that I have or have not.
Sure. So subject to check, I believe Avangrid Renewables has represented that the Kitty Hawk South project can provide over a 40% net capacity factor. Is that consistent with your memory of it?
I don't have a memory of it. Subject to check. I trust your comment there.
All right. Thank you. Okay, moving on to, it's just a little bit further. Beginning on page 27. The question is, do the companies consider the LCOE results for the project scenarios and associate we as an Exhibit 1 to be definitive? And the answer there says no, the LCOE results in Exhibit 1 are not considered definitive as to which project would ultimately result in the lowest LCOE. In order to determine that, an RFP would have to be conducted at a future date with binding bids for a specific project size with a known in-service date. That's your testimony, right?
It is.
And I guess I want to know, because from my perspective, an RFP makes a lot of sense, but what I'm hearing from you all now is this ARFI process. Can you, and I know that you've sort of spoken to what the ARFI is seeking out, but what I read in this answer is the RFP will be the ultimate decider for what the cost will be.
Yeah, again, as I noted previously, I think it's important to acknowledge that this testimony was filed before offshore wind was selected as a resource. Recall that this direct testimony was filed in August of 2023. Offshore wind showed up as a selected resource in the supplemental planning analysis. So our thinking on the resource obviously evolved between the time this direct testimony was filed and the time the SPA was filed. As I noted previously, there were a variety of things happening in the marketplace during the latter half of 2023 that really sort of caused us to pause when the resource was indeed selected and consider, okay, what's the right approach now? One of the things that is very important about issuing an RFP is understanding the method of procurement. And coming out of the RFI process, we heard different opinions from developers, as I understand it, on their preferred method of procurement. Is it a build own transfer? Is it engineer procure construct after the utility acquires a lease? So one of the logical steps, I believe, and we believe in our testimony, is in lieu of proceeding with an RFP, because we don't understand yet how a project would effectively be procured, proceed with this so-called ARFI for the purposes of gathering the various pieces of information that were not included in the RFI, such as project structuring, developer fees, risk sharing, and the like, so that in the interest of North Carolina customers, the commission has the full body of evidence to determine best steps moving forward. Now, an RFP could be a logical outcome of the ARFI, but as we sit here today, We don't know what that ARFI outcome is. And so we believe, consistent with the settlement, proceeding with that ARFI in a very thoughtful, measured way is the most appropriate and prudent process to provide the commission with a risk-informed body of information. And if the commission directs the company to pursue an RFP upon conclusion of that process, then we can execute such an RFP, I think, in a reasonably quick manner.
I guess what I'd like to kind of dig into a little bit is to me, there are still regulatory processes that have to be completed even after you all procure any asset to recover. And the commission, in theory, will have to review and sort of approve both at a certification level and then at a cost recovery level. So with this added level, it seems to me that it just kicks the can on sort of review processes that could begin earlier. And I'm hearing what you're saying, but why couldn't an RFP also serve to inform what you're talking about?
Again, my view of an RFP is that the method of procurement has been decided. One of the things that we aspire to acquire from this ARFI process is the appropriate method of procurement. The method of procurement, if offshore wind is pursued in North Carolina, that provides the least risk to customers. And so I believe in the settlement, we've agreed to an accelerated process to administer and complete that ARFI. Coming out of that, we'll all have better information and the commission will be in a position to make an informed decision on whether or not an RFP is appropriate.
And again, I'm probably going to wait on the settlement questions until that portion of the hearing. But I do want to ask one more time. I mean, is it your understanding that there couldn't be an RFP that would allow the developers to put their best foot forward, so to speak, and provide what they think would be an outline for a deal that might be beneficial to the company and the ratepayers?
Excuse me, Presiding Commissioner Kimwright, may I?
Go ahead, Mr. Drack.
This question is clearly asked and answered. He stated in the lead up to this next question that he's asking it again. I feel like the witness has answered the question several times now, and we don't need to keep trotting this ground.
Mr. Smith, how would you like to respond?
I disagree. The last answer prior to this question was the first time that he said that an RFP had to be conducted in some uniform way. I'm paraphrasing. And so I'm clarifying what he means by a uniform RFP, because in my experience in front of the commission, RFPs have different shapes, sizes, and ways of going about it.
Okay. So, Mr. Drack, your objection is overruled. Mr. Smith, I think that you've been asking a similar question several times. So ask a very direct question to get a specific response, and then let's move on.
Okay. All right. Well, I guess I'll ask this last question then, and rephrasing effectively what I just said to Mr. Drack, which is the company's position that the RFP has to result in a standard procurement outcome for all wind developers who participate in it?
My belief is a productive RFP is one that contemplates a method of procurement. That said, I think it's reasonable to say that if presented with a compelling reason to pursue a different approach during the RFP process, that could be considered. I'll also just say that in addition to this issue of not knowing the appropriate method of procurement, I don't believe an RFP is appropriate at this time because of the turmoil that the sector has faced. I talked a little bit about some of the issues that the offshore wind sector has experienced since the middle of last year. I believe that pursuing with this ARFI process does a variety of things. Of course, the most important piece of that is to get the commission the information that it needs to make a risk-based, measured, informed decision. But the other advantage of this very measured process is it lets some of the volatility in that marketplace settle. And it allows us to learn from the experiences of those who are in the active process of developing and constructing offshore wind facilities. So while an RFP certainly may result in a compelling argument that an alternative procurement method is appropriate, I believe going into an RFP, it stands to reason that we've already decided what we believe to be the most appropriate methodology of procurement. And to my knowledge, we have not landed on that information today.
And are you familiar with the Kitty Hawk North sale to Dominion?
I am.
And was there an ARFI process there that you're aware of?
There was not.
Okay, and can you distinguish why Virginia and North Carolina would have two different paths?
I'd be happy to. The two jurisdictions are very different. I would just remind the commission that Dominion Energy acquired their lease for CVOW in 2013. So they've been at this for a while. And by the time CVOW comes into operation at the end of 2026, assuming no delays in construction, that's a 13-year process. They've got a head start, I would say, on us. The other thing that I would share relative to the distinctions between Virginia and North Carolina is the enabling legislations are different. The circumstances are different. The Virginia Clean Economy Act specifically identifies 5.2 gigawatts of offshore wind in the public interest. And so I believe that Dominion's pursuit of Kitty Hawk North is consistent with the procurement targets that are established in Virginia law. Obviously, House Bill 951 is a technology agnostic piece of legislation that authorizes this commission to identify those resources among a host of diverse resources to meet our carbon needs and load in the future. So I think, comparing Dominion and their effort as it relates to CVOW and now what I think they're calling CVOW South to the ongoing work in the Carolinas is a bit of an apples and oranges comparison because of Dominion's position, both from a policy standpoint and from a standpoint of sort of their head start relative to development.
Thank you. Are you aware when the BOEM auction for Kitty Hawk occurred?
I believe it happened in 2017.
That's correct. And going back to your answer on the Dominion issues, speaking of North Carolina's requirements, we have an interim requirement to reduce by 70% of the 2005 level of carbon emissions, with exceptions, including for offshore wind. Isn't that right?
I believe that's correct.
And if that's correct, wouldn't it be in the best interest of the state to move forward expeditiously to acquire offshore wind and it to enable a significant resource add and a winter peaking asset to its generation portfolio and meet that need?
So as noted, offshore wind certainly has the opportunity to play a role in a diverse resource portfolio in the future. Given the market conditions that we've seen, particularly in New England, given the fact that all major components of all currently under construction offshore wind facilities are being manufactured in Europe today, I think there's an opportunity for the supply chain to develop and to make future projects less costly for customers. I think a measured approach is the most appropriate approach. And I believe that the accelerated issuance of an ARFI sort of meets the spirit of that acceleration. So we'll be measured, but through the settlement, we will move this ARFI process along more expeditiously than we otherwise would have.
And let's just say, and I realize the hypothetical, but I want to get to the long lead aspect of this. Let's just say that an acquisition occurred and that you are ready to begin construction tomorrow on all of the build out for an offshore wind energy facility and the commensurate transmission and other updates that would be needed. When would you estimate an offshore wind facility would be able to start generating electric for North Carolina?
Well, I'm not going to play the hypothetical, but what I will say is that I believe our NTAP has identified the first tranche of offshore wind, 800 megawatts, being available at the beginning of 2033. And as we've noted in the plan, we could bring an additional 800 megawatts in 2024 and an additional 800 megawatts in, 2034 and an additional in 2035. So I think it's important to acknowledge that we've got that timeline out there for the purposes of offshore wind integration. One of the other things that our dates contemplate are all of the onshore transmission investments that are needed. the system improvements that are needed to actually accommodate all of those offshore wind assets. So as we've noted in our NTAP, we believe that our plan and the approach that we've identified will essentially enable that first 800 megawatt tranche to come into service by 2033.
So 2033 is past the 2032 requirement. So most likely the companies will have to request an extension of the interim requirement under HB 951 then. Is that right?
I'm not an attorney, I'm an engineer. I can't speak to that.
Speaking to what you just referenced in terms of the internal the inland structure that would have to be built out for offshore wind to accommodate, I'm going to ask you to turn to chapter 2 of the application if you have it, and it's page 31.
All right, we're there.
Okay, this is going to be kind of quick, but it's going to get to my next question. Under the wind section, near the bottom of the page, there's an onshore wind and an offshore wind area. As I referenced earlier, offshore wind is referenced as a 40 to 41% capacity factor under the company's filing. And then for the key assumptions for the selectable supply side resources, they say the first 800 megawatt block available for selection beginning 2032, additional available beginning 2033, and up to 7,200 megawatts through the planning period. Realizing that that's now been effectively updated with subsequent filings, I want to talk more about the 7,200. You all modeled up to 7,200 through the planning period, is that right?
That's a modeling panel question. I'm not sure I can answer that.
So can you move to page 38 of that same chapter?
I'm there.
And this might be a transmission panel question, so feel free to punt to them, but table 2-21 transmission cost of wind, $2023 per watt. It looks like for offshore wind, you're seeing 800 megawatts would be 48 cents per watt, 1600 would be 84 cents per watt, 2400 megawatts would be 65 cents per watt. Is that right?
That's what the table says, yes.
And are you aware of if the modeling for higher levels of offshore wind would result in further decreasing prices as it does from 1600 to 2400 megawatts?
Again, I think you were spot on. That's a transmission panel question. I'm not in a position to answer that.
Thanks. I want to talk a little bit about what Duke's current personnel are in their sort of offshore wind development planning. Does Duke Energy Progress or Duke Energy Carolinas have folks on staff now who have experience with developing, building, operating offshore wind facilities?
I am not aware of our staffing levels as it relates to offshore wind.
Okay, well then, hypothetically, would it, oh, were you going to add something? Okay. Hypothetically, apologies for a hypothetical, but I guess I'm asking as sort of just want to hear your impression. Would it make sense to partner if offshore wind is eventually selected and acquired and we go through everything we've already discussed? Would it make sense to partner with a developer in developing and operating an offshore wind resource?
I mean, I think that remains to be seen. We have a system planning and optimization organization. Witness LaRoche, who was on the previous panel, is responsible for our renewables development. So it stands to reason that his organization would probably play a role if offshore wind were selected. We have a major projects organization. It stands to reason that that organization, we call it PMC. I think it stands for Project Management and Construction. That PMC organization gets heavily involved in any large projects and frequently finds themselves partnering with EPC contractors when we are siting and constructing anything large like a new gas generation facility. So I suspect that if we were to pursue procurement of offshore wind in an EPC sort of arrangement, we would follow a process that resembles the one we use today for other resources.
No further questions from Avangrid.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I believe that Sigver is next in line for cross-examination.
Thank you. Unlike my colleague, I do want to explore some confidential information, but not quite yet. If I could have some assistance, thank you. We are going to put in front of you NCSEA's potential cross exhibit number 85. And we'll ask that you turn to, it's actually page 46 of the exhibit, but at the bottom, it reflects page 20 due to the introductory pagination.
You win the prize for the most paper.
I think that might be in volume 2. Ethan, do you think you could bring up the binder? He said we did.
Right. And Ms. Sigver, excuse me, Ms. Kress, can you tell us again, Exhibit 85?
Exhibit 85, page 46, which is the actual page number, but what it shows on the page says 20 because of the introductory pagination.
And this is NCSEA's exhibit?
That's correct.
Okay.
It's going to take me a minute. This binder isn't cooperating.
Mhm.
Yeah. And presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, we would request that this exhibit be marked as SIGFR 2 and 3 cross, long lead generation and pump storage hydro, direct exhibit 1.
It shall be so marked.
Thank you.
Can you remind me the page number?
It looks like you were there. It shows page 20 at the bottom.
I'm there.
Okay. Do you see there at the top, it says the NOW initiative focuses on catalyzing fixed bottom offshore wind energy development to help meet the Biden administration's goal of 30 gigawatts by 2030 and unlock a pathway to 110 gigawatts by 2050?
I do.
And do you see that the very first objective listed at as the top bullet point says Objective 1, reduce the cost of fixed bottom offshore wind energy to $51 per megawatt hour by 2030 from a 2021 baseline of $73 per megawatt hour?
I see that.
And presiding Commissioner Kimmerite, my next question will elicit information that I believe the companies have designated as highly confidential for attorney's eyes only.
Okay, so we are going to go into closed confidential session. And so and this is going to be a confidential exhibit of Duke's, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So for everyone who has not signed a confidentiality agreement, Mr. Breischwart, are you, is there something that you were getting ready to say?
There's a little complexity here in that there's 2 levels of confidentiality information. And based on what Ms. Kress just indicated, this question goes to information that falls in the more protected second category of attorney's eyes only information. So if we're correctly understanding this.
That's correct.
So in that case, the only parties that can remain in the room are those who have executed that particular confidentiality arrangement that we refer to as attorney's eyes only. So unlike the first confidential sessions we went into, in this case, those who have not executed the attorney's eyes only confidentiality arrangement will need to exit the room.
Okay, so we are going to go into a confidential session. And for every person in the room who has not executed a confidentiality attorney's eyes only agreement will need to leave the room. And as we go into confidential session, we will close the YouTube channel. the hearing. And with that, CUCA is up for cross-examination.
Thank you. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Matt Tynan for CUCA. Just a few questions. In table 4, page 23 of your testimony, oh, and I'm sorry, I probably made the same mistake about not referencing the correct version of the testimony, but I'm looking at table 4. It indicates that Duke plans to spend $365 million on advanced nuclear development in the next 2 years. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the goal of spending that $365 million is to bring 600 megawatts of advanced nuclear online by 2035. Is that right?
That's correct. That is the ultimate goal.
And the company's supplemental planning analysis also led to the proposal of taking some near-term actions to bring 2.4 gigawatts of offshore wind online by 2035. Is that right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah, the supplemental planning analysis also indicated, led the company to propose taking near-term actions to bring 2.4 gigawatts of offshore wind online by 2035.
That's correct.
And now those 2035 online dates for advanced nuclear and offshore wind are not going to help Duke hit the interim target by 2030. Is that right?
Well, I mean, 2035 is after 2030, so.
Correct.
Yes.
Right. And they're not going to help Duke hit the interim target by 2032 either, right?
Correct.
That's correct.
And would you agree that the achievement of the interim target by 2035 is not something that is specified in the carbon plan statute, NCGS section 62-110.9?
Objection.
Mr. Drack,
The question calls for a legal conclusion.
would you like to respond?
I think that they were all about to say yes, because I think we all know that 2035 doesn't appear in the statute, but I'll ask a different question.
Yeah, ask a different question. They are not attorneys, so you may ask the question, but recognizing that they are not attorneys.
Right. Does the year 2035 appear in the carbon plan statute?
Subject to check.
Can't answer.
Yeah, don't know. I don't think so, but no.
You don't know. So why is Duke trying to bring online assets by the advanced nuclear and offshore wind online by 2035?
I think in the case of advanced nuclear, the 2035 date is a date that we believe we can reasonably accomplish while managing the associated risk so that the values provided to customers is appropriate.
But are you aware of any requirement that it come online by 2035?
Are you talking about a statutory requirement or a system need requirement?
Either one.
I think from a system need standpoint, the modeling picked it, so there's obviously a need.
And that's the modeling for achieving the carbon plan target goals, correct?
Correct.
And so the selection of advanced nuclear by 2035 and offshore wind by 2035, those were selected resources because they're selected to help achieve the carbon plan statute's targets, right?
Well, I mean, I would clarify that that modeling is also intended to identify resources needed to meet load.
Correct.
And are you familiar with the analysis that was performed for South Carolina with no carbon requirement?
I am not.
I am aware, but I can't say I am familiar, certainly not to a level to speak to it today.
If it weren't for the interim carbon emissions target in HB 951, would Duke be pursuing advanced nuclear development in the short term?
I mean, I think if you, whatever year you pick, whatever time frame you pick, from a carbon standpoint, to reliably operate the grid, you need dispatchable baseload generation. The carbon-free source of dispatchable baseload generation that's available is nuclear. So, 2030, 32, 35, pick a time. But ultimately, if you make progress with reducing carbon, nuclear will have to be a part of that solution.
Well, and I would add, yes, the legislation, House Bill 951 does embody carbon aspirations, but separate from those aspirations articulated in the legislation, Duke Energy as a company has its own aspirations. And we find that from an economic development perspective, many of the customers that seek to bring their operations to the state are interested in a generation portfolio that involves a declining carbon emission. So we believe that consistent with our own goals, now consistent with House Bill 951, and consistent with the aspirations of the customers that are coming to the state and making investments, decreasing carbon emissions is the right thing to do.
Is achieving lower carbon emissions the cheapest way of providing electricity to the citizens of the state of North Carolina?
I can't answer that.
May I object to this?
Mr. Director.
The council is asking general questions regarding resource planning. These witnesses offered specific testimony with respect to particular project development activities of 3 specific resources. They did not offer testimony with respect to the overall planning of the company for its resource plan as it's informed by existing law. So for that reason, I would object to these line of question as being not relevant to these witnesses.
Can you respond to the response that it is not relevant?
These witnesses are supporting specific aspects of Duke's proposed carbon plan, including components that were included in the stipulation. These are the witnesses who are supposed to support the inclusion of those items in the plan. And my line of questioning is going to the fact that if they're not going to be used to achieve the interim target, they're being put in place and imposing expenses on North Carolina ratepayers before they are necessary.
Okay, I'm going to overrule the objection. I'm going to ask that you ask your questions very specific with the understanding that the panel of witnesses are not lawyers. And I would ask the panel of witnesses to answer the questions as best as you can within your expertise and experience and within the testimony that you've provided.
Now, would you agree that it would reduce the risk and possibly the costs of implementing offshore wind if Duke Energy were to wait and see things like a supply chain develop and expertise for building offshore wind develop in the eastern coast of the U.S. area?
I think that's a hypothetical. I think I've previously stated that we do expect LCOE to decrease over time, but there is a floor, of course, to any technology cost. And so I'm not convinced that that waiting for some arbitrary amount of time would have a material impact one way or the other.
Wouldn't it decrease the present value of the cost of the project if you just waited?
This is a hypothetical. I can't answer that.
And are you aware of any operating commercial SMR units in the United States?
No, sir, I am not.
And are you aware of any projects currently in development to build commercial SMRs in the United States?
There's a project that TVA has started to build an SMR at Clinch River in Tennessee.
And do you think it would be helpful to wait and see and allow supply chain for SMRs to be developed before Duke begins investing in that technology?
I think, it's like anything else. There's two sides to it. We've said we would prefer to be a fast follower, and prefer not to be first. By the same token, relative to the supply chain, there's a limited capacity in the supply chain. So you can wait so long that you want to be number 3, but you end up being number 30 because of when you get into the game. So I think it's a complicated question. I believe the plan that we have laid out is a reasonable, achievable plan that would appropriately manage the risk.
Do you think the costs of building SMRs will decrease going forward?
I think similar to other generation sources, similar to the discussion with wind, over time, there will be lessons learned that will help decrease the cost.
And if Duke Energy doesn't have any particular date by which nuclear must come online, wouldn't it make sense to wait to begin developing nuclear to take advantage of those decreasing costs?
I can't answer the particular date piece. I mean, that's more a question for the modeling folks.
Okay, those are all my questions. Thank you.
With that, it's just about 5 o'clock. So we are going to recess for the evening. We'll come back and Mr. Smith, you will be next with EDF. And for cross-examination, we'll be back on the record tomorrow morning at 9:30.
Thank you.
So with that, we'll go off the record and thanks to everyone.